Welcome to our Rolemaster actual play session. Twilight of the Old Order is a campaign set in the world of Duranarki, the continent of men. In this gritty, cutthroat world, politics, religion, and commerce are all intertwined and reign supreme. Characters need to be both smart and ruthless to survive. We hope you enjoy our story, and, as always, may the dice roll in your favor. This is Side Mission 99A of Twilight of the Old Order. This episode is a departure from the main story and involves only two characters. The Twilight Party have arrived in the free city of Jaeda and Retana and are planning their next move and gathering information. We pick up the story as Jaeda and Askel are about to enter the Grand Ulaya of Retana, also known as the Temple of Carsan, to seek help from someone senior in their religion to rid Jaeda of the cursed item she wears. Hello, I'm Chris, otherwise known as GM Chance, and welcome to our story. We have an extra special session for you today. This is an additional, I guess, side mission is probably a good way to describe it. We're recording this a few days after our next full session for the Twilight of the Old Order party. So the two characters we're focusing on today, as I say, is a bit of a side mission. We're looking at what happens for a particular situation that will be unfolding while the next session of Twilight of the Old Order is being played out. So a side mission, if you will. A side quest, if you like. So only two characters in play today, Jaeda and Askel. I will, just in a second, I will ask both of the players of those two characters to introduce both the characters and then also just share a bit something, anything they wish, about those characters. I'll provide a bit of a narrative about why we're running this session, and then we'll jump into the game. First and foremost, though, a big shout out to our loyal viewers. We've been increasing in numbers again, had some great interactions and some really great questions coming through, and a number of new viewers have been asking some great stuff, particularly some of our friends just across the ditch in Australia. So welcome one and all. Really, really great that you're enjoying our story. Really great, actually, that a number of former Rolemaster players who used to play way back last century in the 80s have noticed our game online and are perhaps reliving their role-playing youth by watching us run our tale. So look, welcome one and all. Great to have you. Hope you enjoy the tale today. So we're going to start. We'll start today with Anthony. Anthony, kick us off, please.
All right. Kia ora, everyone. I'm playing Askelion, or Askel for short. Askel is a tall half-elf warrior mage who at times going to hit the side of a barn door, which he is working on. He also comes from a port city, and according to his favourite weapon is his trusty cutlass. So for Askel, being in Jaeda and Retana is very, very good for him. Like it's like home. But also being back in this area with a lot of the religious happenings and requirements being there is a bit challenging because he's actually an unbeliever. So while he's going along with a lot of this, he's having to bluff a lot. So today's setting should be challenging for him. Yeah.
Excellent. Thank you very much indeed. All right, and handing over to Stara.
Hi, I played Jaeda. She's a very tall Arab She's about 25, very reserved, doesn't talk a lot. She was given to a monastery when she was 1 and just raised very poor. All she did was pray, eat sort of plain food, train in martial arts, and her dream is to set up a hospital. So what's happening, though, is she has a cloak she's wearing which is causing problems. So she actually needs a healer of her own, and that's what she's looking for currently in this campaign. To try and stop her hair falling out and getting scales, she needs to remove a cloak she's wearing. Because she's so shy, of course, losing her hair and growing scales is really making her quite self-conscious and grumpy.
Excellent. Thank you very much. Fantastic. So those are our 2 players and 2 characters today for our side mission, for our side quest. And what we are focusing on, yes, indeed, is the cloak that's, or rather the clasp of the cloak that Jaeda mentions. This thing here. This is, and it's up on screen now. No, it's not. It's up on screen now. There we go. And it's this object that we're particularly focusing on this little side quest. So a little bit of narrative from me. Couple of reasons. Firstly, to fill in viewers of this channel a bit about what's happening, but also actually to fill in both Askel and Jaeda, or more correctly, Anthony and Stara. Both Anthony and Stara joined in the last year or so of this campaign. The campaign's been running a lot longer than that. We only started recording about 6 or 7 months ago. So there's been a lot of material that's happened in the past, and Jaeda in particular has had either three, potentially 4 other people play her in the past. So Stara's come in very gamely and has picked up the task of reinventing Jaeda as she sees fit, which is fantastic. But things have happened in Jaeda's past, and specifically in relation to this item on the screen that we're talking about today. So for Stara's benefit, I should say, and Anthony's benefit, who joined, as I say, the campaign reasonably recently, a bit of background. So the party, the Twilight Party, as they're now called, were tasked to do a rather unsavory job. They were tasked to go up into the borderlands and head up to this place here. This was 6 months ago in game time. And that hill you can see there is known as Temple Hill. And on top of Temple Hill there, oddly enough, was the ruins of a temple. And it was the characters' tasks to go in and to infiltrate some of the ruins there, and to get rid of a cluster, or a rather nasty cluster, of orcs that were inhabiting it and causing problems for caravans that were traveling through the no man's land on the border area where this ruined temple was. And the characters dutifully went in, they fulfilled their task, and they fought and ultimately slew the orcs that were inhabiting this place. And you can see some of the images of these nasty critters up on screen now. One of the particular unsavory orcs that they came across or beings that they came across, was this individual here. Not an orc, but rather a half-orc. And she had this strange device carved into her forehead, this here. It's right at the center of that pentagram there. And this bolt of energy came out from this eye that was embedded in her forehead and blasted some of the characters. She was clearly some kind of mage or magic user or something particularly foul and unpleasant. And the characters managed to, with a bit of luck, slay her. When the characters were investigating her body, however, going through her body, they found, and Jaeda ultimately claimed, this device here, and it's got two pieces, as you can see, two claws, and those two claws fit together as a clasp. And they come together and they are fixed together, and they hold together a garment, either a cloak or a tunic or a whatever. But it's this clasp which has had, over a period of deduction, Jaeda has realized has had this effect on her. And sorry, this effect being as follows. Initially, when she took this item, she thought it was fantastic for a couple of main reasons. Firstly, doubled her power points. So in this game, in the Rolemaster game, magic or mana or magical spells is demonstrated by power points. Each number of spells that are cast require a certain number of power points. So to double the power points, double the power that Jaeda could have, was hugely beneficial. The other thing that this item conferred on Jaeda was a protective ability. So even though Jaeda normally wears flowing robes, the traditional kind of robes of an Arab person, this item was able to confer, even though it was just simply a clasp, magically it conferred the power or the strength of leather armor on her. So for the last 6 months, Jaeda has been walking around in robes, but in actual fact, in combat, if someone tries to hit her, she is protected by leather armor. It's a pretty powerful item, pretty potent. At the same time, Jaeda had picked up another item, some horrible skull that she had tampered with or touched, and that had affected her vision. It had actually caused a curse on her for her vision to be flipped. Night was day and day was night. So Jaeda could see very well at night now, but she could not see well during the day. So her vision was flipped. She was able to relieve herself of the skull and ultimately get her vision back, and she thought that was the end of it. But as time has gone on, every month, around about the day, or actually she's pinpointed, it's actually on the day that she picked up this claw, she started having these horrible dreams. And this voice, this hideous voice, has come to her in her dreams and has started the sentence. And the first word was you, and then the second word was and then the third word is mine. And then the sentence has gone on to you are mine now. Each month adding on a new word onto this horrible dream. And in the dreams, this horrible visage has got closer and closer and closer to Jaeda. At the same time, Jaeda's hair has fallen out. Because she's covered in robes and turbans, her companions haven't really realized this probably fully until recently, when just frankly by living in the close confines of the in-between that you've kind of spotted this. But Jaeda's been very careful to disguise as much of this as she can. But not only has her hair fallen out, but patches on her body have become somewhat scaly and misformed. And just recently, Jaeda, you've noticed that your fingernails are beginning to lengthen no matter how fast you cut them, and the quick on your nails is being pared back. So increasingly your fingertips are forming into quite pointy claws, perhaps, or certainly your fingernails are slowly transforming, but definitely scales, hair falling out, and increasingly Jaeda is beset by strange and awful both visions, both at night, but sometimes now during the day as well. So these manifestations have been happening now for some time, and they have got worse and worse and worse. Recently, not long actually before we started filming our sessions, pretty much just before we start filming our sessions, in the in-between, one of the other characters from one of the other parties, Neathanal, attempted to forcibly remove this clasp from Jaeda's neck. And Askel and Jaeda will recall that didn't end well. Jaeda had basically a fit at the time, and then there was this horrible noise, and this terrible being, this horrendous being, manifested itself suddenly in front of all of the party. Very tall, very large, massive bat-like wings and blasted Neathanel with jets of fire from its eyes. And one of Neathanel's 3 precious lives, saving throws, death throws if you wish, were gone. So there has been an attempt to remove Jaeda of this horrible thing once before, but it didn't end particularly well. Where we begin today is here. So you can hear in the background the sounds of the Temple of Carsan. That's the back streets you can see on screen. The temple itself looks like this. And where we actually begin this session is at the doors of the temple. So that you'll see that there is a courtyard, and then that large building at the other end of the courtyard is the temple itself. The other characters in the Twilight party have excused themselves. They've headed away to find a cup of tea across the square and wait for both Askel and Jaeda to return. And we'll begin the session at around about early afternoon on, I think, the 12th of moons. I haven't put the sound effects on or the visual effects, but it's still unfortunately raining, so it's not pouring, but drizzling a bit. Both Jaeda and Askel, you've recently, along with your companions, you've finished the discussions that you've had with the somewhat grumpy cloth merchant, Ali. He's given you some cloth, you've just sold that cloth, and you've made your way to the Temple of Carsan. So that's where we're going to begin. But any questions any questions by either Askel or Jaeda? Anything that's not clear? Anything you need to clarify? Anything about Jaeda's past or the events or anything that's led up to this moment that you need to ask? Please don't be shy to ask questions, because as I say, this is historical gaming stuff that's certainly in Jaeda's case something you've inherited. So go for it. Any questions?
Yeah. Who was it that put this clasp on me? I want answers. Was it one of the Grand party? Was it one of the Twilight party? Was it me?
It was you. It was you. So
don't be too angry then. What was I thinking?
Well, you didn't know. You'd found. You were at this this ruin. And can I find it? Let me have a look. No. You're at this ruin. There are all these kind of other random objects that you found. This was just
a woman with an eye in her head kills her and then puts her charm on. Clearly wasn't thinking straight.
You have to take it up with the previous person who played Jaeda.
Now, what's worrying me is it's kind of like an eagle's claw. I assume it doesn't look quite the same as in that picture. It's more of a sort of a claspy thing.
Yes.
But isn't the baddies TCOSS, TCOS?
Yes.
Don't they have a symbol of an eagle?
They do.
So have I been wandering around looking like the enemy, I wonder, all this time? No one's noticed it. It's a bit scary. I'm a bit nervous now that someone's going to see it and think something. But yeah, that could be a good thing, looking like I'm part of the enemy, but also I just want to get it off my body.
Fair enough. Yep. So any other questions? So it was definitely you that chose to put it on.
Disappointing.
If, by the way, Stuart, if you're watching, Stuart was the original creator of Jaeda, and I've passed the link on to for this channel to watch. So, Stuart, if you happen to be watching by any chance, if you'd like to apologise to Stara in the comments, please be my guest.
Scaly and bald.
It's all your fault, Stuart. So
claws.
There you go.
Hi, Stuart.
Stuart's a lovely man, by the way, a very, very nice man. And he had no idea. Of course, he didn't. But yes, that's what happened. Any other questions? Anything from Askel? Anything else from Jaeda?
I think not the backstory, but if we're going to be heading to a temple, we probably need to leave our weapons behind. I'm not too sure if there's processes or places we can leave weapons. Yeah, obviously we don't really want to take it to the temple, and we don't want to upset anyone by trying to conceal it, as happened previously.
Well, sorry, just on that, if you remember, when you left your inn, Askel didn't take his. Neither of you took your weapons, as far as I'm aware.
Good.
You would have left.
Oh yeah.
If you remember,
right.
You left your cutlass back in the lodge bazaar, at the Grand Lodge Bazaar, and Jaeda, you didn't take your staff, as far as I'm aware.
That's right. The other buggers.
Yes. So you are unarmed, armed as far as I know, unless either of you want to change that.
No hidden. I know I had a dagger or something, but no, I would have picked that one as well.
Okay.
I think it's probably a temple rule, so we better not break it.
Okay. If we're all good, let's start the game.
Okay.
So, we begin at the doorway. Your companions have wished you good luck. Severin, in particular, locks eyes on you, Jaeda. You've known Severin out of any of these people the longest, and he's a good deal of affection has grown up between the two of you. And he looks at you, Jaeda, and he just wishes you good luck, meets your eyes, and then heads off, as does the rest of the party. Jaeda and Askel find themselves here, looking into the courtyards in front of the Grand Temple of Carsan by themselves. What do you do?
I think Askel would talk with Jaeda just about what we're going to do, how we're going to find sort of one of the priests, and just some protocols. Askel will surrender the fact that he's a bit rusty with the faith. So Jaeda may need to lead at times, but I appreciate that the very male-dominated religion focus as well. Yeah.
So I'm up with the play on the religion side, however, very quiet. So I guess I'll have to communicate with you non-verbally a lot to tell you if you're on the right path. But basically, same as you. Let's find a temple, some sort of healer that can take away curses, and hopefully we don't freak everyone out with this clasp.
Yeah. So if we're at the door then of the temple, then I guess it would be following protocols to enter.
Sure.
We need a wash before we go in, and a bit of praying.
Bit of praying, sure.
And then try and find the head.
Okay. So heading into the courtyard that you can see on screen, all manner of street sellers and people selling holy items and food and drink. As mentioned, there are a few beggars as well in the courtyard, although also as mentioned, there aren't generally a lot of beggars in the city that you've seen. It tends to be a pretty neat and tidy place. The main doors of the temple are open. Both of you, even with Askel, not particularly accustomed to the faith. It's pretty common for people to come in to and fro. Could you maybe just give me, however, just both a mast roll based on your knowledge of the faith? So you should have a skill. We should have any, if either of you do have any skills under knowledge of Altumar law or Altumar faith or anything like that.
No, I don't seem to.
Okay.
No.
Religious knowledge, something like that.
No, you'd think that I would.
Yeah.
No, nothing there.
Okay. Could you just both give me a couple of rolls, please? Just curious to see.
All right.
48.
48, cool. All right.
43 for Askel.
43 for Askel, cool. 43. Cool, okay. Jaeda, you're pretty, you're feeling definitely at home here. This is pretty familiar territory for you. The main doors to the temple itself, and just to note with the temple there, it's covered in this symbol, which is the symbol of Carsan. Also, this symbol, of course, which is the main symbol of the three. So there are three main gods in this faith, but this is the symbol of the three. But often referred to the temples are often referred to as the House of Carsan, as the House of Judgment, which is his house. You both walk up to the main doors. There are a couple of temple guards that you see at the entrance. These guys here, and they're just checking people as they come in and out. They don't really pay you much mind. You enter the temple if you wish.
Yeah, we'll definitely head in. I guess Jaeda would be by my side.
Mm-hmm.
Just get in to see what we can see, and
Probably do the usual praying, giving respects to the ancestors. If I've got any money, I'll hand some over because we're always giving to charity there.
Mm-hmm.
Just, trying to look like we normally do in a temple.
Yeah, sure. The good news is you don't set the place on fire as you step in, Jaeda. So I suppose that's a good start, isn't it?
Nervous.
In terms of how much money you have, do both of you have access to the XP sheet? Because that keeps the running total of how much each character has.
Not quickly, but can get there. Yep.
Might be useful.
Okay.
Might be useful to find that or to have that open. But yeah, so just in the process, while I narrate, maybe if you bring that up, that would be good. Thank you, Anthony. So yeah, you're inside. There's it's middle of the day or early afternoon, so it's not one of the three major prayer times during the day. There are quite a few people coming to and fro. People could be pilgrims, other people praying. Pretty standard. It's a pretty impressive temple, as they're termed here. Yeah, pretty impressive temple, I was going to say. Yeah, what do you do?
Suppose we better try and see if we can speak to the person running the place today.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, I think we need to seek out. I saw there's number the Mulhi, Ushi.
Tumari Madahi.
Yeah, just
Or Ushara. Someone who's responsible.
Okay.
Maybe the guards can help us.
Yeah, just we need to speak to someone a little bit more.
Yeah. Don't want to tell them too much until we kind of see the next person up.
Okay.
And then hopefully they'll help us with the person that can help with magic.
You head back. So you've come in, you've done the obligatory washing of the hands, you've prayed appropriately, you've given a little bit of money, and you're in the process, Askel, of figuring out how much that is. But, you've given some money. So you've behaved absolutely appropriately in a Temple of Altuma. Askel, it's a bit rusty for you. It's been a while. Forgive me, Father. It's been a while between my last confession. You're not particularly au fait with all of this, Jaeda. You're definitely a lot more comfortable. After a while, 10, 15 minutes, you walk back towards where you came in, to the main temple doors, to approach the guards. What do you say?
Or as we're walking up to them, I'll say, "Gee, Askel, that was good to get off the confession off my chest about being sorry for killing that pet, trying to kill the pet the other day, that man's pet. It's been feeling very guilty about that. Oh, it's nice to wash that all away." And then as we approach the guards, I'll just look at Askel like, "Yeah, you need to speak to them. They're men."
Right. Okay. I think Askel would be talk to the guards and ask if one of the mulhi is available.
Okay.
Yeah, to talk important matters of faith.
Hello, friends. This guy is, I don't know, maybe you struck him on a good day, but he just seems very, very friendly. Omahi is my name. Greetings, friend. He incredibly chatty for a guard. How can I help you today? The three be upon you.
Respond appropriately back.
Quite unnervingly friendly. The fact he gives his name is weird. Anyway.
Obviously, positive smile and saying, we're in need of to speak with one of the Māori. We need guidance and direction on important matters.
Very good. Very good. Seriously, how can I help you today?
Just a little bit more seriously. We really need to speak with the Mulhi or Ushi. We just need some guidance.
His tone kind of changes a little bit. He becomes a little bit more serious. You mean you seriously want to speak to the Mulhi?
Oh. So
could you give me some kind of social role, diplomacy, any kind of social skill, Askel, that you may have, if or charm or anything like that?
First, we rolled a 35. What have we got?
meanwhile, I'm going to be doing some praying.
Okay.
I don't have any social skills, so it would have to be a stat.
So, presence and self-discipline added together, divided by 2.
Right. The bonuses.
Yes.
Oh yeah. So +6 for self-discipline, +33 for presence. So
19.5 round up to 20. Okay.
20. Yes.
Minus 25 because you're not skilled in charm, so -5. Okay, it was a 35. I mean, you seem to have struck a very, very friendly, very affable. Maybe he just appears to be in a very good mood. Guard, but he is looking very dubious. The Mulhi, you want to see His Holiness. What? Why?
Oh, I'm going to flash him a look. Flash Askel a look of like, fix this.
Who are you, friend?
So I'll explain who I am. Askelian from Bibi. And this is my traveling companion who is a healer of great skill. This is Jaeda. But we're in need of greater skill and guidance to what Jaeda has to get guidance around we'll call it an affliction.
Well, what kind of affliction? I mean, there's a whole courtyard full of beggars out there that are missing hands and missing limbs and missing all kinds of things. Whoops, a daisy. What kind of affliction could you be referring to?
Maybe we shouldn't go straight to the top. We should just try something a little bit lesser. I'll try and have a little whisper to you, Askel.
I mean, he's looking puzzled. Shall I get the Ushi? Perhaps.
Is the Ushi a bit lower down?
Yes, you would know that.
Oh, okay.
There's no response from either Askel or Jaeda, and this Mahi, the guardsman, is looking a little bit puzzled, but he makes a motion to this man who comes over a few seconds later. He's been speaking with a number of the congregation. Yes, my son, he says to the guard. The guardsman says, these two here want to speak. Your worship, these two here want to speak to the Molhi. I thought I should tell you. And the man on screen turns to Askel and Jaeda and says, hello, my children. You want to speak to His Holiness. Are you guys still there?
Uh-oh. I think he's dropped off.
I think he has dropped off.
Oh no, I'm going to have to talk. Okay, so maybe I'll pipe up and say, sorry, he got a bang on the head, and we're all a bit damaged. He's kind of forgotten the process. We'd just
apologies.
Yeah.
No problem. We just
like to have a chat in a private room with the Ushi. The lowest
cool.
down.
Sorry, my laptop MacBook keeps dumping Discord. I'll just my phone.
I've just explained to them you sometimes forget the rules because you've had a bang on the head. Recently got shot with some arrows.
You're
fell down a hole.
He did. He's had a bad few days, huh?
Cognitive impairment.
Something like that. Anthony, right? You reckon you're stable?
Yeah, my MacBook's not working.
Okay.
Like just Discord, it keeps saying it's checking for updates, but I've just moved to my phone.
Okay.
So that seems to be working all right.
Now, okay. Well, let's see how we go. Let's tell me if you have another issue. So, where did you drop off there, Anthony?
I was just explaining to the friendly guard, of why we need to see the Molhi.
Okay.
Or Ushi around was basically Jaeda being a very skilled healer. However, there was something she can't deal with, and she needs guidance. An affliction. Yeah.
Got it. So there wasn't a response. There wasn't a response because you dropped off. So sorry about that. And the very friendly guardsman, who's becoming a little bit more suspicious now, has summoned over a more junior cleric, the Ushi, who is the man on screen, and he's come up to you. He's asked what's going on. The guardsman has answered, and the Ushi has turned to both Jaeda and Askel and says the following: my children, you wish to see the Molhi? He is a very senior and very important man. What appears to be the issue? He pulls you off slightly out of the way, by the way, no longer at the door. Pulls you off to one side.
Askel would just how do we do this? So Jaeda some months back was in a faraway location and ended up with an artifact which is slowly affecting her, but we are unable to remove it. I believe it is possessed. Askel will be quite sort of upfront, serious, and need the faith to help remove it beyond our powers.
Could you try another influence roll, please?
Okay.
Come on, dice.
$68.
68. Not master. Actually, it's not master, of course, because you can kind of see the effect that you have on him. Okay, so I mean he's looking reasonably sympathetic, but what a little bit bored, frankly. Friend, we have an entire courtyard full of beggars and people that are in need, people that are missing limbs, people that are asking His Holiness to cure smallpox and all manner of other things. What kind of affliction do you talk of? And what is wrong with you, child? And he turns to Jaeda this time.
Okay, so I have a little whisper to Askel, I think, and just say, shall we mention that it could be some curse from the enemy? Because I assume that they're all against the enemy as well. Do we risk it? Or do we just offer to pay to get it taken off? Or do we just ask who would be the person? And then, because they're not being that helpful. What sort of person can take this off if it's cursed?
Yeah, I think it was be just show Ushi just some of the effects, like the losing your hair, the scaly skin, and patches.
Could try, but I don't think he's bothered because of all the beggars outside. But do we mention it's magical curse, and that?
Yeah,
and then. Out?
So what do you do, Jaeda?
Okay, so I'll try and just pull off my hood a little bit just to show the scales and the claws and everything.
And right at that moment, he just jumps back and lets out a small shout. In fact, a number of people further away kind of turn around. So they're not kind of close enough to see you, and you're now further away from the guards. And even Askel, you intake your breath. It's been a day or so since you've seen Jaeda, and even and the effects are a lot more pronounced now. So you haven't seen her properly, Jaeda, since you arrived back from the in-between. Jade's face has narrowed, and it's much more angular, and there's scales beginning to form on her cheeks. All of her hair has completely gone, and her lips are beginning to rise up, and her teeth are becoming more elongated, and her eyes are becoming the same. A truly hideous visage. You can still see, however, behind her face, behind her mask, behind this thing that Jaeda is rapidly now becoming, you can still see the beautiful woman that she is. There is still a remnants of her of the structure of her face, and you can still see in behind the corruption on her face what she looks like. The Ushi jumps back. Oh my God! The three protect me, and he gives to the appropriate crosses across himself and plays to the three, 3 times up, 3 times, the usual signs of protection amongst the Altumarian faith. I mean, he looks visibly horrified, as frankly do you, Askel. Jaeda, what happens when you see this? So you're pretty shy. You don't usually remove your turban. You haven't for a number of days now. Any reaction from you, Jaeda?
Whip that straight back on. Don't look at me. I'm hideous, and I'm doing those signs as well. I'm sorry. Just needed to show you how serious it was. Yeah, and maybe give a hint that it's some sort of magical curse, and that's why we can't get it off ourselves. Okay. But also, we're wondering if this clasp, maybe it could be of use to them. Maybe there's something maybe it's good to be out of our hands and in the hands of the church.
Okay, so you say that. Anything, Askel, from you? I mean, you are stunned at what the hell has just happened. In a few... Probably, we never actually talked about it, but I'm assuming just simply in the in-between, you were there for... You figured for a number of days, about a week and a half in real time. Presumably over that time, you probably would have seen something of Jaeda, even though she does her very best to keep concealed. But you're shocked at her appearance, and like it's changed dramatically since you last saw her. Any reaction from you, or do you say or do anything?
I think it would definitely be on Askel's face. You would see like a whoa, heck, what's happened here? But then a bit of steely resolve, like I knew there was something going wrong. Yeah, it's like we're here to get this resolved. So yeah, but he would turn to the Ushi and say, as you can see, Ushi, this is very serious, but we believe it comes from a cursed item that has come into a possession, and we've come to get help to remove it, to rid this for Jaeda and for all of us.
The Yushi is visibly horrified, quite visibly horrified.
Should have contagious.
How does he know that?
I'm telling him. No.
Oh, you're telling him. Okay.
Yeah.
Should have said before, by the way, all of this is being conversed. Both of you speak it as your mother tongue in Haradanian, so the Arab speech. So just to mention. Yes, I see you need help. I mean, suddenly he is really interested. He's gone from being kind of vaguely bored and disinterested and, hey, just kind of join the queue with all the rest to, oh my God. Yes, come with me, my child. You too, he points at Askel. Come. And he clicks his fingers, and the two guardsmen come over. He pulls them aside and has a quiet word with them, and one of them comes with him, the other heads away somewhere, you're not sure where, and you do notice, particularly both Askel and Jaeda, that this guardsman has his hands, he's carrying his spear, but he has his hands on his short sword that he has at his side, and he is watching you both very, very closely. The four of you, the Ushi, the guardsman, and Askel and Jaeda move rapidly through the temple. A few of the congregation, a few of the pilgrims have picked up there's something a bit odd. There's a few people kind of peering and kind of rubbernecking at what's going on. You head through the main temple and then through a series of doors and then up several flights of stairs. Beautiful, beautiful complex. This is beautiful marbled surroundings. The sign, of course, the Carsan and the three dotted throughout as you'd expect. But you head through the complex, and the Ushi brings you into this quite plain, unadorned room. Long seat, just a plain wooden bench on one side. Very sturdy door. There's only one door in, and there's no windows. And the Ushi asks you, please, my children, please take a seat. And he hurries off, and the guardsman takes a post at the door. The room would be about 20 foot by 20 foot. There are a couple of benches in here. The guardsman's maybe 30, 40 foot away, his hand on his sword hilt, and he is watching Jaeda and Askel, but particularly Jaeda intently, just basically staring at you. It's the same guy that you Omahi that greeted you when you came in. Any sign of friendliness, any sign of interest from him is gone, and he is just staring daggers at you both. Or not daggers, he's just certainly very serious of intent. You are out of earshot of him. The door is still... the door's now been closed with the guard inside. Any actions from the two of you?
I think I'll whisper to Askel, let's try and tell them that I want to build a hospital and dedicate it to the three, and yet this is stopping me, and I'll be so grateful if they can help. Because I really just want to help all these, help so many poor people and sick people. And ask a little nudge and pull that cloak down a little bit further.
Askel will agree, and we'll work to convince them that you're not evil or dangerous, but you just need help.
Yeah.
Okay.
And there's good things in it for them because they might get a hospital one day.
Okay. So, some time passes, maybe 15, 20 minutes, not too long. The door opens again, and another 10 of these guardsmen either come in to the room or are standing around. They're all eyeing you. Maybe a couple of armed with crossbows. The others have hands on sword hilts. They're maybe not eyeing you quite as suspiciously as the first guy, but they're certainly keeping a very, very close eye on you. About 10 minutes after they arrive, the Ushi who first came in with you enters the room again, and he's followed by two men. This one here, oops, would be if the computer wants to work. Just a second. What's going on with my computer? Hang on.
More men in the room.
Yeah, exactly.
Don't even. How much quieter can I get?
Just a second. Why isn't my... a sec, I might just close down a couple of images. There we go.
Askel, if you get a chance, maybe mention I might want a woman to see me.
This man here and this man here. They enter the room, and this man seems to take charge. He says, greetings, children. My name is Tumari Ali, and this is Tumari Ibrahim. This good man, and he turns to the Molhi, has informed us that you are afflicted, child. He turns to Jaeda. Tell us your story.
Well, a long time ago, I killed some sort of a mage and picked up this clasp, and I actually thought it was something to do with the three, because it seemed to have three claws. It was dark, I couldn't see well. I put this clasp on, and it instantly grabbed my cloak and pinned together, and thought nothing of it. Slowly I've started to get scales and now claws and bald. And when we've tried to take this clasp off, some sort of magic happens and we just can't do it, and we're desperate. This is some sort of this needs some strong religious help. That's why we're here. It's holding me back from starting my hospital, which I've come here to sort of start arranging. I'm a healer, but this is something I can't heal. I really need the church's help, and a female nurse if possible. It was very embarrassing. I'm very humiliated. But thank you for seeing us.
The the two Tuamari confer between each other. They kind of turn off and whisper to one side. Where are you from, child?
I'm from somewhere around here. Oh, shit. We are from, where is the name? We are from the Empire of Thamazel. Thamazel. I was brought up in the El Nyaza monastery my whole life. That's where I've trained to be a healer. This is my traveling companion, chauffeur. No, what do you call it? When they show you around, walk with you?
Chaperone.
Guide.
Chaperone, chauffeur. This is my chaperone. He's had a bit of a bang on the head lately. He's with the faith. He's just not. He's a little bit
I'm
cognitively
from
impaired.
Shabibi.
I'm trying to help him. He's from Habibi. Yeah.
And
That's where we're from.
turns to you, Askel, this man on screen. What do you say for yourself? What can you add to this terrible story?
Askel can only really talk to met Jaeda in our travels just some weeks ago, and obviously we have a connection, both supporting the faith and following the three. But she is a very skillful hero who's helped me personally out several times, and definitely saved my life. She is above reproach. Yes, but we need your help.
The two men confer for a minute. They actually step off to one side and they whisper for literally a minute, probably a couple of minutes. Finally turn back to you and Tomahi Ibrahim, the gentleman on screen, turns to you and says, "Show us, child."
Did you say show us?
Mm.
Oh boy. Am I able to ask for like a female?
No.
Okay, I'll just mention that I did show a little bit before, and it was horrified people. But so when I sit down, and I just pull a little bit of my hood back to show this bald and the scales, and also the clasp. And I'll say, I think I've mistaken this clasp badly. It's not part of the three. I don't know what this is from, but it's evil. But if it's any use to them, if they could get it off, they could, maybe it's of use to them. Maybe they know something more about it.
So there is this intake of breath, both from the two Tomari and the guards that can see. Not all of them, of course, are in this room, but people just gasp at Jaeda's appearance, recoil a little bit. "May I inspect the item?" says Tomari Ibrahim. When he kind of
and I'll just warn him, just don't try and sort of yank it off, because we've tried that before, and awful things happened. But yes, he can just maybe look without touching.
Okay.
Just look with his eyes.
So he comes.
Askel will step behind the lead shield.
Excellent. So he comes up and pauses and closes his eyes, and then there's this noise as he kind of waves his hands and energy touches the clasp at Jaeda's neck. And pretty much as soon as this energy comes down from his hands and touches the clasp, he gasps and cries out in pain, grabs his head, and just staggers back. At that, a couple of the swordsmen draw their short swords. Another couple raise their crossbows in the direction of Jaeda. He staggers back, and he's bleeding. His head comes up. He's bleeding from his nose. There's a small rivulet of blood coming down from his ears, and even his eyes are rimmed with blood. And he is just shaking his head. But he puts his hands up to the soldiers. Peace, 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 peace be upon you. Oh my good gods! Oh, the three! Oh, the three! And again, he makes the sign of the three above him countless times. He's just staggered. He kind of staggers back and collapses on the other bench that Jaeda and Askel is not on. His companion, the other Tuamari, comes over to him, and as does the Ulshi, and they help him to his feet. He's whispering something to them, and he staggers out the door with them assisting him. Actions by Askel or Jaeda at this stage. The soldiers have sheathed their weapons and have lowered their crossbows, but they're certainly keeping a very close eye on you.
Oh, good. So I don't have to throw myself on the ground and apologize. He's calmed them down. Oh, this is not good. Askel. I'm giving
I think Askel would get,
oh, boy.
if possible, I think Askel would get Jaeda to sit and calm, and then just be completely non-threatening to the guards.
Okay.
Made his eyes bleed. Okay, well, tried to tell them, didn't we?
Quite some time passes. Hard to say exactly how long, but maybe even an hour. And in that time, one of the guardsmen disappears and comes back and tentatively puts both some dates and some bread and some water, quite a respectful distance away from you, Jaeda, like at the other end of the bench. And they just indicate, please, if you wish. There's food there if you want to refresh yourselves. Up to you if you want to eat or drink.
Askel definitely would and offer Jaeda to have some.
No, I won't, just in case. I'm very mistrustful.
Okay.
I'll just be sort of crying and getting ready to prostrate myself on the floor when he comes back in.
Probably another. It feels like another hour. It might be longer, might be less. These two men, firstly Ibrahim, Tuamari Ibrahim, and Tuamari Ali, enter the room. No sign of the Ulshi. He's gone, but they are followed by several others who look similar to them, but all kind of part out of the way when this man enters. Oh, goodness me, why is my computer is just...
The other guy's twin.
Must be the other guy's twin. Oh man, why is my computer deciding to play up today?
What was their names? Tuamari Ibrahim and Tuamari
Ali. Yes. Not having a lot of luck here, so we'll do it this way. This man enters the room. He's extremely frail. Frail. Maybe not extremely. He's bent over. He was probably once tall, not nearly as tall as Jaeda, but certainly very, very tall. And he comes into the room leaning on a stick, and he sits down, pulls up one of the benches, and sits down opposite you, Jaeda, and just takes your hand in his. And his old, weary eyes, red-rimmed, kind of grimy with age, watery, looks into Jaeda's eyes, and he just says, "You are frightened, my child. I'm here to help you. My name is Multi-Oma. Multi-Oma is my name, and I sense your fear. I see you are afraid, and I am here to try to take your pain away." You note, by the way, just quickly back to this man, Ibrahim Tumari. He's looking very, very pale. His face is washed. He's no longer bleeding from his orifices, but he's now back in the room. He is definitely keeping his distance from you. This old man just looks at you and says again, "What can you tell me? What more can you tell me, child?"
Ooh, what more do I know? Okay. So I was at a place called Temple Hill. And there, when we entered this Temple Hill, somewhere in the Borderlands, I don't know if you've heard of it. And there was a mage that had some sort of pentagon on her head and an eye. She attacked us. We killed her. And she was wearing this clasp. And in the dark, I thought it would be a good idea to put it on. Maybe I thought it was something to do with the 3 because it looked like 3 points. However, it's an eagle's claw. It clasped onto my cloak. And ever since then, there's been some sort of a bad thing inside me. If we try to get it off, it comes out. It's very powerful. And slowly I've been getting scaly, losing my hair, claws. I don't understand why. I sometimes I think I hear words that say, "You are mine now," visions. I don't know where it's from. It's some sort of evil. I was very sorry about what happened before. Are you confident you can take this off without it harming anybody? And do you know what it is? And also, Chris, have we looked into what it is? Have we used our delving, to try and see what we know? Okay, so then we don't know too much about this, except we can't take it off.
You have tried, and it has been very hard to figure out what it is.
Okay. Yep. All right. So nothing more to say to him.
He looks at you, and his old wizened face, there's just sorrow and sadness in his face, and he pats your hand as reassuringly as he can. "I'm sorry to hear it, my child. You are sure it is this device that is the source of your woes?" He points to the clasp.
Ooh, I think so.
"May I inspect it?"
We did think it was a skull, which made me lose my vision, but we got rid of that. And it does seem to, like, if we try and take this off, that's when this sort of bad presence. So yeah, I assume it is this. Clasp.
"May I inspect it with your permission?"
Did you know what happened to the other guy?
Yes.
Shall we tell him what happened? Askel, do you want to tell him what happened last time? Because I don't think I was there actually when you guys tried to take that off me. Do you remember what happened?
Oh yeah, I'm pretty sure I was in the room when it happened because we were in the
upside down, inside out.
In between. In between. Yeah, I can describe what I saw happen. I assume I was there.
Yes, you were. Yep.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah, I'll describe what happened. Basically, was it? No, it wasn't Nathan. It was Nathan.
Neathanel. Yes.
Neathanel. Neathanel attempted to remove the clasp forcibly, and then literally Jaeda's head rocked back. A demon-like thing came out of her mouth and a booming voice, and then shot flame, fireball, heat at Neathanel, and rocked Nathaniel back, almost killed him because he died, but then he got up and he was fine. Yeah, and then after that, the demon disappeared back into Jaeda, and Jaeda was none the wiser or what had happened to her. Nothing had happened at all. That's what I explained to him.
Thank you, my son. Well, I will certainly proceed with caution. I certainly won't attempt to remove or to take any dramatic action. I merely want to inspect the item.
Okay.
He reaches up, and similar to the other holy man before, his hand comes up. He pauses for about 40 seconds or so, and then there's the sound. And his hand glows, and this energy comes down onto this clasp at your neck, and you can see he's focusing on it, and this link of energy is still pulsing down at the clasp for a second or two. Beads of sweat begin to roll down the old man's face, and his complexion, which was never particularly rosy, goes almost ashen, almost a kind of a light grey colour, and he chokes a little bit, coughs, and recovers himself. He pauses for a minute and shakes his head, and just sits. And the two, not the two that originally came in with you, but two of these other men that have come into the room, come up to him, and you hear them just saying, "Holy Father, are you all right? Holy Father, are you okay?" And he just holds his hands up and yes. Gets to his feet, takes his stick up, and just looks at Jaeda and at Askel and just says, "You poor child." But it's very, very serious. And then just begins to slowly, a lot more slowly than when he entered the room, to exit. He pauses at the door and turns around and says, "We need to do something immediately." And then he and all of the advisors, probably 6 or 7 of these other men, the two Tomari and various others, follow on out afterwards. There's a pause for maybe another half an hour. So you've been in here maybe 2.5, maybe 3 hours. And again, the door opens, unless either of you do anything or say anything. Any actions from you?
No.
And Tomari Ibrahim, Tomari Ali, and a couple of the others come back into the room. And Ibrahim, who was the one who was affected and was bleeding from his eyes before, he's still looking very pale. And by the way, it wasn't rivulets of blood. He wasn't like gout, but there was definitely a dribble of blood from ears and nose and eyes. He comes in, and with Ibrahim Ali beside him, they're not quite as familiar as sitting down opposite you as the Molhi did, but they stand in front of you, and they're looking sorrowful. They're looking sad more than anything else. My child, they say at Jaeda. So we have spoken with the Molhi, and he has told us what he has found. This is very, very serious. The Molhi has dealt with demons before. He has cast out demons, and he has banished demons before. But he has said, and I'm sure this thing may be listening to us now, and they all look at this device around your neck. We feel comfortable saying this because it will probably know this already, so we have nothing to hide from it. But whatever this is, whatever inhabits that thing, and they point with kind of horror at the clasp around your neck, just disgust at what you're wearing. Whatever this thing is, it is not of our world. And there are, of course, different planes and different dimensions and different facets of our world and different places that things can inhabit. This is something beyond all of those. This is something utterly and totally alien and foul. And the Molhi is concerned it may be beyond his abilities to solve. It may be.
Oh no, God, can you just? Oh look, if I have to go to a tropical resort spa for a month, like I don't mind.
But he is prepared to try. The one thing that he said is there is no time to lose. We must perform the rite, and we must perform it now to both save you, young lady, he looks at Jaeda, and prevent perhaps worse things from happening in the world.
Oh, so I will survive it though. Is there a risk I'll die?
All of the men kind of look at each other.
Oh boy.
And then they look at Askel and they look at Jaeda.
Awkward.
We need to act promptly. Now, of course, you are both children of the faith, and of course, the Molhi's aid and assistance, of course, as good children of the faith, there is naturally no charge for that, of course. But a donation to the three would be greatly appreciated.
Absolutely. I'd not like to donate and also to promise a hospital to this town.
That is most kind of you, my child. The suggested amount is relatively substantial. It's just a suggested amount of course. Of course. You can give whatever you wish. Whatever you can afford. But yes, the suggested amount would be appropriate.
Well, what is the suggested amount?
Well, of course, as children of the faith, and of course, you should have this right bestowed upon you as good followers. But 145 pennies of gold would be an appropriate amount to contribute.
I have that.
Oh, you sure do.
Oh, thank goodness. It sounded like a lot.
And pretty might be a little bit, but yes, yeah. We can nod to each other.
Okay, cool. Affordable.
Well,
you are able to contribute such an amount?
yes.
Yes.
Looking at the characters sheet experience thing, yes.
Oh, wonderful. Askel, is this a good time where we ask them, how we arrived and we had to give our gold away? Do we kind of ask if that's sort of legit? Does that niggle at you that we might have lost all our gold? Or is this not the time and place?
Maybe not time and place, I would have thought.
Okay.
So
Never mind, we've got enough money. So.
Sorry, Askel, I cut you off there.
Yeah, no, we've got enough. Jaeda has enough, that's for sure.
Cool.
So, yeah. It's all yours, Jaeda.
Yep, totally worth it. Absolutely. Looks like I'm going to die if I don't do this anyway, so happy to donate.
Very good, my child. Well, of course, it is entirely a donation on your part, and we really sincerely appreciate the gift to the three. And he kind of waits expectantly.
Oh, right. Do I have it on me?
I'm assuming you do. I'm assuming your characters carry their money with them rather than leave it back at the inn.
Okay, yep. So I'll hand it over. Do I hand it over after he's fixed me? Because if I'm dead, I might not have to pay. I'll hand it over very gratefully.
Okay. So just to give you a context there, that amount of money is approximately, for a poor person, that's about 11 years worth of salary.
Oh, I am a poor person. I'm even poorer.
You're extremely rich. You're one of the richest people in the party. Well, you were until this happens. One of the richest in the party. So you hand over this not inconsiderable amount of money. Of course, the Temple of the Three, the Altuma faith, is immensely wealthy. This would be it's still a large sum of money, but nothing in comparison.
Oh, no, I think I have to give it. But hey, Stuart, out there, I'm bald, ugly, and broke now.
Should Stuart witness this? Well,
you'll still have more money than me once you give that amount of gold over.
Really? Oh,
Yeah.
I've still got green eyes.
So the Tomari Ibrahim thanks you and nods. They all get to the holy men get to their feet. They've got their gold. We will be back very, very shortly to prepare you for the rites of Oshi. And
they better come back.
They do, and within 15 or so minutes, they come back, and both Askel and Jaeda, you're led down a corridor, down into what appears to be kind of the depths of the temple, certainly down into the basement area, into a quite a large room. It would be probably 50 foot by 50 foot square. In the center of it, let me see if I... No, I didn't. Let me see if I can get it up. In the center of it... Why is that not doing its thing? Anyway, we'll do it like this. No, in the center of it is that device there. You can see on screen. So it has the symbol of the three. And on each one of the corners... is the sign of each one of the symbol of the three main gods of the three, and filing into this room are the guardsmen. So there are about 10 or so soldiers, a number of whom have been with you all this time. The other religious clerics, and both Ibrahim, Tomari Ibrahim, and Tomari Ali. And they all file into this room. Of the Mohi, there's no sign. And at this second, the GM is going to head to the loo. I'll be back in a tick. Won't be long.
Wow.
Think it's going to work?
I think so. They seem like trustworthy people. Can't believe I've given away 11 years of salary. Here goes building a hospital.
Yeah, quite a bit.
Maybe I'll just have a small clinic.
Yeah, on the back of something. Yeah. But positive that it could be all sorted.
Yeah, I was a bit worried they'd see it and go, "Oh, how did you get that? What have you guys been doing?" But not so far.
Yeah. Dodgy, yeah. What have you been up to, naughty person?
Yeah.
Hmm.
So it sounds like there's this very powerful devil in there. So we had to try and take this off. It was just killing me.
Yeah.
So
well, I guess it's
didn't have much choice there.
On one hand, it's is it get the class off, or maybe it's just rid the Well, it depends. The demon might be giving you the PowerPoint doubler and the armor type effect. So catch 22, you get the class off, but you'll lose those bonuses. That's all.
That's all right. Oh, well, I've learned how to not do so much fighting anyway. Just stick to being a healer.
Yeah, as long as you stay out of the fray.
Yeah. So in the Arab world, it might be a jinn, not a demon, just a genie.
Yeah. Never know.
Seeing as that witch had the evil eye in her head.
Yeah. Yes. Pretty ugly looking. That's the first time I'd seen it. So.
Yeah, scary, yeah.
GM is back.
Hello. GM's back. All right, just give me a sec. I'm having. It seems to be the day for some technical issues, actually. Let me just do
all that rain and cold weather.
That must be it. There we go.
Jinn. It's possessed everyone's computers today.
Yeah, something like that. My computer usually runs really well, and it is just proving to be very, very troublesome today. It's not showing the images as it usually does, like it usually brings them up.
Possessed.
Yeah, weird. Why is it not doing that? There we go. We'll go like that. Okay. Really is behaving quite oddly. That's really frustrating. Okay, well, let's just see if I can make it go. This is the bit where I will definitely do some editing. I don't know why that's not doing it, but we might just have to do it. Two seconds, guys. Sorry. Goodness sake. All right. All right, we'll go from there. And I'm just going to. Can you guys still see me? Okay.
Yep,
you can see this. You can see the. You can't see anything on screen yet because I haven't shared it. But okay, so I'm going to edit that last bit of silence out, and I'm just going to wave at the camera now so I can spot it quickly and easily of when I'm going to come back into it. And right, back to it. So you were in this room. In the center, as mentioned, is this very ornate mosaic on the floor. It's large. The circle in the middle that you can see would be 20, maybe 15 to 20 foot across, and at the point of each of the points in the triangle are the holy symbol of each one of the three gods of the three. This is the religion of the three after all. At the point of each corner of the three as well, on the floor, is a disc. It would be probably about this high, a metal disc. If you can see on screen, it's probably about that big, round, perfectly spherical, and it's this symbol here, the symbol of Carsan. So it's a physical disc. It's on the floor, and it's placed just at the point. If we go back to the triangle, it's placed just off the triangle at each of the 3 points. So one here, you can see on screen where the pointer is, one here, and one here on the ground. The mosaic is quite beautiful, and it's interwoven with all kinds of words in the Herodanian script. With you both can read all kinds of words of protection and strength and faith. Clearly, a very, very holy sign. There's you can hear in the background. There's definitely quite a lot of praying, quite a lot of people calling to prayer, and there's the sense of the people in the room that something is building. A number of the Tomari are rocking kind of side to side, and this beginning of this chant is forming. Askel and Jaeda are to one side as they've come in the door. No one's standing particularly close to them until finally the Molhi himself arrives, along with a couple of the other Tomari, these learned, wise, very religious, revered people of the faith. He comes in and he surveys the room. The room described again as large, 50 foot by 50 foot or so. No windows, all torchlight, quite well lit. Certainly underground, and one door in that you've all come down. He comes in and he kind of nods with approval and looks around everything and walks over to you, Jaeda, and hunchman that he is, looks up at you and says, "Are you ready, my child?" Jaeda, you're on mute.
I am too. Yes, I'll agree by nodding my head and hands praying, thanking him.
So, my child, there is some. I shan't lie to you. There is some danger. I will be keeping the beast contained and trying to remove the beast from that object. He points at the clasp at your neck, and I will be able to take most of its wrath onto myself. But I have no doubt that this fiend, will also be trying to harm you at the same time. I can lessen the blow, and I will be lessening the blow significantly by taking its attention and its power pulled into me and into the ritual which you see is beginning to be prepared here in this room by myself and my followers. We will take the most amount of its force, and we'll take the most amount of its power. But I don't doubt that it will also seek to corrupt and attack and destroy you if it can. You must be ready, my child. You must be ready for the fight of your life.
Okay, so I have some herbs and stuff I can probably use after, but that's all I can probably do.
You should probably only need your faith of the three to protect you. And
nice. Wish I'd eaten and had that drink before now.
And your courage. But if you would like to take something else into the ritual with you, an object, a weapon, whatever makes you feel better to give you comfort.
Askel. Hold my
Want me
hand.
to hold your hand? Yeah.
No, you better not. Better not. We'll take us both down. Some sort of object. Yes. What have I got on me? I will take something. Let's see what's in my backpack. I'm sure I've got something religious on me. What have I got? Medallion. Oh, I don't really.
Well, realistically,
No,
would you?
I'll just take my faith.
Okay. No object you wish to take?
Don't think I've got anything. Candle's not going to help me.
No.
I have a cursed skull and a medallion of heavy metal, but I'm too nervous. I think those might be even worse.
And realistically, would those be with you now, or those be back at the inn?
Oh yeah, probably not on me. No, I'll just go as I am, and if I have to go to a tropical resort spa after this, just
All
saying.
I would imagine that the beast will attack you mentally. It's possible it is possible he'll try it. He, she, the thing will try to attack you physically. If there is some item, you're welcome to take it if we can supply it for you. Otherwise, your choice.
I'll just ask them if they've got any sort of, not a necklace, but something I can hold. Anything to do with the 3?
Certainly. They supply you with multiple objects.
Okay, I'll hold them in my hands.
Okay. Please, young lady, says the Molhi. His voice is stronger now. Please, young lady, please stand in the center, and may the 3 be with you. Hold fast to your faith.
Okay, so I'll stand in the middle, nervously, but also trusting.
Okay.
Because this is my church.
You friends, he turns to Askel. My suggestion is you stand back, but if you have anything you wish to say or anything you wish to do before your companion departs, please do so now.
Yeah, Askel would nod. Just give Jaeda a smile and just say, you'll be fine. We'll get through this.
Okay, and I'll say, if I don't, then everything I own you can have, and please try and start a hospital in my name.
Yes. Askel nods.
Excellent.
And move that out of the way.
Okay. Very good. Jaeda, you stand in the center of that circle, and little bit by little bit, the chanting around you begins to increase, and the Molhi takes his place, I should say. You'll see there's a symbol of like a crescent moon. He stands directly in front of that, and his arms come up, and the frailty on this man's body seems to drop off. His back straightens, his arms come up to his shoulders, and in a commanding voice, different from the frail elderly man that you've heard, he begins to lead the chant. And it begins. With various voices rising and falling, whispering until finally it grows into a crescendo. And Jaeda, you're standing in the center of this strange triangle, and all around you things just start to get harder and harder to see. The room begins to fade and twist, and strange sounds start coming in and out of your consciousness. And then all of a sudden, nothing. And Jaeda, can you join me in chat room 1, please? Hello, Jaeda.
Hello?
All right.
Is this the afterworld?
I don't know. You don't know what it is, but this is what you see. You find yourself here.
No, there's no picture.
Oh, no, there's not. Because I haven't shared the camera. Why?
Oh, wow.
You find yourself here. And you are in this strange, you don't know what it is, floating in the middle of you don't know what. There's utterly no sound. I'll explain there's no sound, why in a second. There's all manner of, tell you what, this might take a minute or so I'm just going to pop back very quickly and tell Anthony to be at ease. I'll be with you in just a second. It'll take 1 second. A sec. Anthony.
Yes.
Hello. This is probably going to take a minute or so if you want to grab a coffee or do a something, now's probably the time to do it.
Roger. Sounds good.
Okay, back with you soon.
Yeah. Bye.
Bye. Hello, Jaeda.
Hello.
All right. So, yes, you're in this strange place, and you should now be able to see the screen, or should still be able to see the screen.
Yes.
So there's utterly no sound. It's completely silent where you are. You are in this void, this place here, whatever this place is, and you only catch a glimpse of it for a second, and I'll explain why in a minute. The second view is the main reason that you can't focus much more is because of where you are. You're in this strange kind of dome, this strange kind of bubble. And there you are. You can see Jaeda here. And there's these writhing tentacle things around you. That's you there. And something standing in front of you, and I'll come to the something standing in front of you in a second, and what it is. Something standing in front of you is desperately trying to hold on to you. At the same time it's being pulled, you see parts of it kind of coming away and parts of it coming off and parts of it kind of shredding off you. But at the same time, parts of it are trying to hold on to you. And not just you, but hold on to your soul. Hang on to the very essence of who Jaeda is. And you can feel that essence of who Jaeda is being sucked down, down, down. And you can see these little bursts of light on screen being pulled down. Each one of those little bursts of light is a little piece of Jaeda that's being pulled away. And this being in front of you is hideous in the extreme. First and foremost, it's... Oops. Let me just see. It looks like this. And that was the thing that you saw when you... Actually, no, you didn't see it, but that's what you see initially. And then that thing morphs and twists. Here we go. So you can see that.
Yeah. Who is that? Is that me? That is what I look like today.
So this being, this thing, this creature in front of you, it's tall, and you know it. You know this thing very, very well. It has inhabited your essence. It has inhabited your body, and it has been calling to you over these last 6 months, slowly but surely, clawing away at your very essence, at the very fundamentals of who Jaeda is and what Jaeda is. But there are lots of facets to this thing. There are lots of different parts. And as you struggle with it, and my goodness, Jaeda, you struggle with this. You struggle for your life, for your very soul with this thing, and we'll come to that in a second. It doesn't just stay that shape. It twists and it morphs, and each second it spins in between different forms. This first one, you have no idea what it is, but these huge tentacles are coming out from its body and are writhing around you, sucking the very essence out of you. And then it changes to this, some great, tall, powerful lord in a helm with shiny, beautiful armor, beautiful and terrible, and it reaches down at you, Jaeda, and again wants to take you. And then there's this very alien but very beautiful woman, and she speaks to you in a language that your ears don't understand, but your mind does. And she is saying to you, "You are mine now. You are mine now. You are all mine now." And then it flips again to this hideous vestige, and it keeps chopping and changing between each thing. And then there is this thing, this almost angelic-like being that floats in front of you, beautiful and terrible, and again trying to suck the very essence of who Jaeda is out of you. And then this, perhaps one of the most hideous of all. There is this woman that actually looks vaguely like Jaeda, and not only is she whispering to you that you are mine now, you are mine now, you are mine forever, but she mocks you, and she tells you that you're not worthy, and she tells Jaeda all of the things that Jaeda wishes that she wasn't. This person embodies. She is confident. She speaks her mind. She speaks in front of men. She takes charge of a situation. She is dominant and domineering. She has an allure both of sexuality and of charm that Jaeda has just never had in her life. And she mocks Jaeda with that. She shows how inadequate and small and helpless and worthless Jaeda is, or at least that's her intention. And she has burrowed into Jaeda's very soul and is eating at the very core of who Jaeda is. And then finally, this thing. And it's this thing that we'll use as the counter on screen. But it alternates, it flicks between these 7 and back again in a fraction of a second, blurring between each one as it fights to dominate Jaeda. And fights, indeed, is the word. So this thing is wrestling with Jaeda, and it's all based around the item that Jaeda has at her throat. It's all this poison, this trauma, this horror is personified, and it comes from here, but it's manifest with the being that Jaeda sees in front of it. And to resolve what happens, Jaeda, you need to roll, and it's going to be down to a contest of wills. And the first to make it to basically a certain score dominates the other. Will this item dominate you, or will you dominate this item? And you have a choice. Well, you have a choice. Yeah. You still with me?
Yeah. I just rolled a 96. So is it still alive?
I'll let. When did you roll that?
Just then.
Do I let you have that?
As soon as you said roll, I was like, oh my god! I think it just died of the minute it saw me.
I'll let you keep that roll because that's the kind of guy I am. So you have a choice to make. I will let you keep that roll. God, I'm a nice GM, aren't I? You need to basically roll against it, but its will, its power is trying to dominate you. So it's trying to control you. It's trying to suck you in. At the same time, you are very aware that its whole force is not focused on you. Something else, something foreign, something out of this realm is pulling at this thing. It's trying, its energy, its power, its whatever you want to call it, is being sucked away. You would hate to think what it would do in its full power. So it's definitely its attention is being pulled elsewhere, and you thank goodness that the mohi and their followers somewhere, wherever they are doing whatever they're doing, because if its full power came on you, you'd hate to think what would happen. So you're controlling part, you're only dealing with part of this thing's force. You need to roll, and there's a certain figure you need to get to, and a certain figure it needs to get to. If it gets to it first, then you're in trouble. If you get to it first, things are better for you. You have I'll let that roll stand. I'll also explain that you can make a decision when you make your rolls. If you wish, you can. We won't for this first roll because you've already rolled it, but you can split what you do, and this is a gamble that you need to make. You can split what you do to whether or not you want to just simply use your will, your mental energy, your force to try to control this thing. Or option B is you split it and you only use half your force to try to prevent it from dominating you, but you use the other 50% of your action, your round, to attack it in some other way. Physically attack it or do something else with 50% of your action. So your call, you can decide to either to use 100% of your focus, your energy, your intent, your action for the round. You now are familiar with what a round is. 100% of your round to use your self-discipline, your strength, your everything to try to block this thing and use your force of will to force it out. Or you can decide to split it and use half your will and then half to attack it in some other way if you wish.
Oh, do I decide before I throw the dice or after?
In the future, you decide before you throw the dice, but I am going to let that dice roll stand, and that's going to be a force of will. So you rolled you have to roll a certain number, and I know what that number is. So you rolled a 90. What? Sorry.
96.
96.
Oh, if only it was. It was going on.
Roll again.
Closest to 100.
Well,
okay. 45.
Plus 45. Good roll. Plus that for you. Minus its defense, I guess. Bang. So it reels. So this thing at your throat kind of cracks under the strain of Jaeda's power. You definitely have done it some damage, and your dominance has, if not made it fail, it's certainly decreased it. You, this round anyway, you have power over it, and your score increases. You've definitely Jaeda's will trying to control this thing has triumphed with that roll. That's the first round.
Okay, so this next one I'll try and split it.
You are going to split it?
Yeah.
Okay. So
Roll again.
hang on, just before you split it, it's probably only fair to tell you what actions you can do with 50% of your action. So what do you want to do with the remaining 50%? Is probably the best way to go.
Oh, right, with a physical attack.
Or something else, that you may choose.
Is it just out of my spells? Am I just fist fighting it?
You could. Oh, sorry. There's a third option. There is a third option, which is you could try to stop your will completely. In other words, put none of your effort into trying to prevent it, and have your entire round as you would normally have it. So you've got three options. You either continue to fight at 100% with your will. You can decide to split your defense on this thing, so half defense, half attack, or you could decide not to try to force your will on it at all and do something else entirely with your round.
They didn't actually say to try and do something myself. They just said it, we'll just do this thing to you. I think I'll just go 50-50 on this one, see what happens.
Okay.
So what can I do to him physically? This thing.
Her, yes, it's all kinds of things. Well,
yeah.
to cast a spell always requires 75%. So you have 50,
okay, so I can't do a spell.
You can't do a spell.
And I have no weapon, so it's just sort of punch it, sort of have fist fighting.
That's it. You got to decide whether or not you want to do that.
Yeah, I'm just going to do lots of punches to distract it. That's all I've got, really.
Okay.
So that it's hopefully weakened.
Okay. Sure thing.
To the face, sort of, just to distract it.
Sure thing. Done. So, can you... Let me just check something else. We'll do 3 rounds and then we'll go back to Askel. Okay, can you give me another roll, please?
14.
That's not so good. Plus, you're only doing it half. Half what you were only half what you were doing, and that minus by. Okay, so it's. So it definitely gains. So definitely your intent to decrease your power or decrease your will has given it an opportunity, and the power that you had over it has definitely reduced, and it's gained some power back. So if you imagine, probably a good way to kind of think about the struggle is you imagine like a, if you can see the screen, if you imagine like a tug of war, and you're each trying to pull the power in a particular direction. And initially, the initial tug of war, Jaeda got the best, and then this round, the next 10 seconds, it's actually got more power. So it's pulled some of that power back. However, Jaeda, you have a physical attack on it this round. Do you have any kind of physical attacking skill?
I do. Brawling. That's
Brawling?
It.
Yep.
Went plus 20.
Plus 20. So you're using half your... hang a sec. Just a second. There we go. Let's try that again.
This doesn't work. I'm going to hypnotize him. Here. Them.
Okay. So because you're using... So you have brawling of 20. Because...
Plus 20, yeah.
Yes, because you're using half your action, you only get half your attack. So if you attack with brawling, give me a roll with plus 10, which is a very, very modest attack, but give me a roll.
6 plus 10. 16.
Yeah. So,
It's not good, is it?
your hands just kind of beat ineffectually at this thing's chest.
Oh, how embarrassing!
Bonk.
Oh, I should
All
use
right.
my long nails I've got. Try and go for the eyes.
Next round, third round. What does Jaeda decide to do this round?
This one, I'm just going all on the willpower.
All on the will. Give me a roll.
29.
29.
Come on, dice.
29. 29 plus minus. Unfortunately, again, maybe that first, that first physical attack on the creature by Jaeda has kind of rattled Jaeda, and it gains again. Jaeda, yeah, and yeah, it definitely wins that round, and that's where we're going to leave it. When there's this total that you guys have got to get to, and it's kind of 1-2. You've won 1-1. I'm going to jump back in and deal with Askel, and I'll speak to you soon.
Okay.
Alrighty. I might be a minute or so grab a drink, grab a whatever, and see you soon. Just before I go.
Yep.
You're still good to continue?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Cool. I won't be long.
Yeah.
Won't be long.
Okay.
Askel.
Yes.
Hello. I am back. Oops. Oh, damn it. You can't see the map at the moment?
No.
No, you can't. Just a second. There we go. Just while I do some altering. So, Askel, you are in this room, and you have watched your friend, companion, Jaeda, step into the circle of this very strange. And I'll just very strange triangle. And there are these strange, unearthly sounds emanating from this triangle. And increasingly, as these noises swell and the chanting swells, around the center of this triangle, around the circle that Jaeda is standing in, becomes increasingly more harder to see. And you can still kind of make out Jaeda's form inside, but increasingly as you stare at it, there's smoke or steam or something forming inside this bubble. And bit by bit, this smoke and steam and whatever it is kind of forms into another shape. And you catch glimpses of this terrible winged figure inside this dome that's formed inside this circle. And this figure, whatever it is, seems to be either holding, like clasping, grabbing Jaeda to it, or something, but there's definitely some kind of struggle. The images are kind of swirling and intermixed with each other, and all very strange, all very interconnected and just weird. You're you're fascinated and horrified by watching this. Any actions? Anything I should know that Askel's doing or saying or whatever at this stage?
No, just checking. Am I meant to be seeing any imagery? Because it's black.
Oh,
for me.
goodness me! Sorry. Thank you.
Good storytelling, but yeah, just thought I'd point that out. That's better.
There we go. Thank you.
Right. No, I think Askel would just be standing back in sheer horror with probably the rest of the people in the room. Like, yeah, no, nothing. Just waiting.
Okay.
Having trust in the process.
Trust the process. All right. So, as Askel's staring, and most people kind of are fixated on this shape, all of a sudden there's a shout from one of the guards. So just before I continue, so the Molhi is absolutely riveted, and I described before him kind of rising in stature and standing tall, and his voice is deeper and more impressive. And then the Tomari, the other religious scholars and holy men, clerics, are also kind of locked and focused on the chants and the things that they're doing, and clearly devoting energy and focus and energy of what's going on inside the triangle. They're almost oblivious. Well, they seem to be almost oblivious of what's going on. And it's not them that shouts. It's actually one of the temple guards. Oh my God! Look at that! And Askel, you stare in horror to one side, and coming out of this dome is this monstrous arm, clawed hand, and it's come out of the dome, and you can clearly see on the shocked faces of a couple of the Tomari that have kind of come to and realized what's going on, that this is not meant to happen. And this thing is thrashing around, and it's fumbling, and its hands, it's this horrible clawed hand, is reaching closer and closer and closer towards one of these three symbols of Carsan, one of these three holy symbols, which appear to be absolutely instrumental in making this ritual function. And this claw is reaching for it, and someone just screams at Askel, "Get it! Get it! Get it!" And Askel, you have, should you choose to do so, a sheer folly chance to reach and to try to grab the symbol or do something else before this hand clasps on it. You're the closest one to it. Up to you if you wish to do that, or if you wish to do something else.
Yeah, well, I've got no weapons or anything on me, so yeah, I'll try and react and grab it.
Okay. Can you please... This is based on an agility. As I say, it's happening all very quickly, all very fast. It's sheer folly. Give me a roll. Make it a good one.
Right, here we go. 51.
Plus your agility. Now, you're not wearing armor, so it's not your moving an armor skill. It's just simply your agility.
Oh, yeah. Plus 8, so 59.
59. And not... it's a sheer folly, I'm afraid. You just, for some reason, you just simply freeze. You fail to act, Askel. You want to help, but it's just too late, unfortunately. And this monstrous arm just comes up, and this disc, about yay high, this disc just gets pulled into this swirling mist. And there's this kind of horrible tear in the fabric of reality or something in the side of this orb, and this hideous smoke kind of billows out, and one of the Tomari just screams at you at the palace guards, "Oh my gods, we need that, get it back, for God's sakes, on behalf of the three, get it back." And all eyes focus on Askel.
Askel will try and move quickly to retrieve it.
As he moves towards the gap, there's this one of the temple guards, perhaps thinking a bit faster than the rest, brother, and he just puts in your hands a short sword.
Okay. Askel will take it quickly and trying to slash and cut the arm off.
The arm's gone. The arm's gone. What does Askel do? They're screaming, retrieve it! For God's sakes, retrieve it! Get it! Get it! There's still this ribbon hole in the swirling mist in front of you. They are yelling at you, get it, brother! Retrieve it! For God's sakes, get it!
Oh. Did I see where it went?
Yes, yeah, you saw this monstrous hand come out from the center of the circle and pull it back into where Jaeda and the creature is.
Right. I guess I'd move up close to the hole or wherever it is, and see if I can see anything. I wouldn't necessarily go through it.
Sure, give me a perception roll.
+23 30, 25. So, what's that? 48.
Yep. It's Mars, though, of course.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, you catch a glimpse inside. So you've moved up to. Let me just show you. So just to describe a little bit better. Basically, can you see where the cursor is here?
Yep.
Actually, probably where the cursor is here. This monstrous arm has come out, and the symbol that was on a circle, like a metallic round plaque, almost like a large plate, was standing on its end, or on one side, facing inwards into this triangle. This monstrous arm from here has reached out and has grabbed just before Askel could get to it, and has grabbed the symbol and has pulled it back inside this circle. So the circle where you saw Jaeda in this monstrous shape. There is here, if you can see where the cursor is here, there is this gap where the arm came through. It's a hole maybe 5 foot by 4 foot wide, like it's burst out quite a large hole. And as Askel peers inside with his perception roll, yeah, he sees no particular sign now of the monstrous shape. It's gone. Rather, he sees Jaeda just on her knees, and her hands are at her throat like this. There's no sign of anything else in there. And no sign of the symbol that was collected either. It's gone.
Can I see what the I forget the name of the head guy that's performing the ritual. Can I see what's happening with him? Is he okay? Is he?
He's staggered a bit, and you see him, and he's looking in your direction. Carsan, the symbol of Carsan, we need it! He screams.
Yeah, all right. Askel will have to curse under his breath and say, mumble a little prayer that he haven't done for a long time, and then he'll attempt to step through,
okay,
or jump through the hole.
Okay. No one else appears to be interested in doing this, by the way. The bravest person that's come up to you has been the soldier who gave you the short sword. Askel steps through. And I'll just ask Jaeda to join us back in a second. Hold the line, Askel. Hello, Jaeda.
Hello.
Can you join us back in the main room, please?
Sure.
All right. We're back! So suddenly, Askel, the sounds of the prayers behind you close and cease. And instead, there is just this horrible soundscape, this sound of nothing, of everything, of the void. And you find yourself standing, and I'll switch on the camera so you can actually see it this time. You find yourself standing here. Jaeda, we'll come to you in a second.
Yeah.
Now,
What has Askel been doing?
what has Askel been doing? So, you you can both see that screen, I'm assuming.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah. Okay. Now, Jaeda, it's still no sound for you, by the way, of where you are. Askel, looking around you. So, oops, behind you. Oops, behind you. Now it's not strictly accurate because you're actually down in the basement when where the thing started. But behind you, you look back, and behind you, you see the room that you've just left, and there is light rocketing out of it. There is intensely bright light from what you can see, rocketing out of this room, and all it is actually is torches, because if you remember, the room that you left behind was lit by torches, but it seems incredibly painfully bright in comparison to where you are now. That is back. That is safety. That is back to the room and the place that you just left.
Wow, that looks cool.
In front of you is this. All around you, there are stars and blackness. What do you do, Askel?
Askel will move forward quickly.
Okay.
Knowing that something had gone on there. It's all in, so he might have moved quickly.
Okay.
No point fluffing around.
So
just get a vantage point to see what else he can see.
Sure. So Askel finds himself here, standing at the edge of this. So he's moved up. I won't move the counter just now, but there's the way he's come. And if he looks directly down and moves hesitantly forward, there is a platform, but other than the platform, there is nothing. This area is just completely suspended over a yawning void of blackness. You can see in there are 4 cages. 1, 2, 1, 2, 3, 4, with people in them. You can also make out something round and kind of smoking over in the corner over here. Down in front of you, small creatures. They look like. Let's see if I can. I'm really having issues today. They look like this. Look like that. If you can see that on screen. They would be probably about. They'd come up to maybe your knees, maybe a little bit bigger, and they're moving, not particularly quickly around, but they're moving to and fro. And you've seen one, and then you caught a glimpse just as you're moving up of a second one moving in behind here, perhaps more. What is also of particular interest to you is what's going on inside here. Inside this dome, and there's very clearly you can see it there, is Jaeda. And there is this terrible form, and it changes shape constantly. One time it looks like that, then it's this huge angelic creature, then it's a flying thing with wings, then it's this beautiful woman, then it's another woman, then it's a lord in a helm, and every second or two it seems to flip. But Jaeda and this thing are just locked. Their arms are locked around each other, and they're kind of shuffling around inside this dome. And their eyes are just absolutely focused on each other. There's no sounds coming from inside where your companion is. Oops. Oh, hang on a sec. Askel, what's he do?
I think I'm going to need to get down or across. Obviously, there's no steps or anything down. I think to the we'll go left to that pillar to the left down there. See if I can assume it looks like a bit of a drop, but I'm going to see if I can step, sort of leap down onto that left pillar.
I'll give you a bit of a bit of another view.
Oh yeah.
So Askel, you've come up to here. You have the short sword in your hand. I don't know. What do you reckon? How hard is that to jump from? Well, tell me what you do. You want to get to this one here?
Yeah. It looks like a reasonable drop.
A reasonable drop. There's nothing below you.
That's the problem. Needs to aim for what he can see is.
While you're having a think, I'll tell you what. I'll be generous. Jaeda, while you're having a think, Jaeda, back to you. The same rinse and repeat as last time, please. Can you?
Okay.
Can you give me a roll?
This one I'll just do willpower.
Okay, sure thing. Give me a roll.
24. My rolls are not going well.
You started so well.
Ah.
Plus your that, minus that. Okay. Yeah, yet again, this thing around your neck, this thing in front of you is gaining. It's gaining more power. It's gaining it's definitely becoming more potent and stronger, and as Jaeda is weakening. Next round for Jaeda. What do you do again?
Stick to willpower because I'm a bit worried I'm going to lose my strength.
Okay.
This one is 85. Come on.
There you go. Okay. Minus. Here you go. All right. So this time, yeah, bam. You push back, and it's almost like kind of a well, a sense of being filled up with this thing's malevolent, just horrific energy that it wants to control and subjugate you. But you fight back, and this time you push back and you gain a little bit more power for Jaeda. And then the next roll.
82. I'll stick to willpower because I'm a bit worried if I fight, I'm going to lose my energy.
Okay. 32 plus.
82.
Oh,
82.
80, another
Yeah.
82.
Yeah,
Yay!
82. Another good roll. Yeah.
Nice. Okay.
Willpower, not fighting.
Yep. Not quite as strong, but yeah, you dominate a bit. Basically, you feel as though that pull or that energy is sapping more in terms of Jaeda's favor. You would say you feel like you're kind of quarter of the way there. If you could just do this 3 more times in total, after all of these 3 combined rolls, you think you can dominate and you can force this thing out, but you just need to keep rolling well. All right, back to Askel. Askel, what do you do?
Yeah, I'm totally going to give that a go. My plan, jump to that pillar thing.
Okay. Describe how you want to do it. Standing from where you are, or how else?
Yeah, so I'm going to need to take a... from the angle I saw, initially it looked like it was sort of more... the pillar wasn't straight down underneath me, but it was straight down.
Oh, yep, hang on.
Yeah,
so
it's not like a gap. I've got it.
So, hang on. There you go. So if we come here, you could just step down or drop down, and you would definitely land on something. That there is a maneuver. I don't know. Call that a. Let's have a look. I'm gonna say that would be. There's just not much in the way of a run up, so I'm gonna call that a hard maneuver. Jumping down onto onto that there. Yeah, you'd probably require a light maneuver to do it. The distance is just quickly. Oops. That's a wee way up. Oops. No, it doesn't. For some reason, this thing doesn't like vertical. Maybe. Oh no. Let's call that. Yeah, call it 20 foot.
Yeah, so it's still a reasonable height. I think he's better off leaping towards one of those pillars.
Mm-hmm.
Try and land on one of those, or get the side, then slide down it.
Okay.
Yeah, that's what he's going to do.
All right, sure thing. Cool. All right, so I said a hard maneuver.
Yep.
This is going to be, just as a heads up, this is one of those ones that you can't kind of do partway through. It's an all or nothing.
Mm-hmm.
So long as you're comfortable with that.
Yep.
Okay, give me a roll.
All right. I got a 30.
And it'll be just pure agility here.
Plus 8, so 38.
38 in total. Okay. Okay, so it's an all or nothing roll. And you have a 10% chance of doing this. 10 or under, and you've succeeded.
10 or under. Okay. 48.
48. That is a failure. Let's find out. It's a hard, so that's a 0. Give me a roll, please, and you hope for a very low roll.
Right. 40.
40, straight as it is, no modifications. You stumble. There's a 45% chance of falling, and negative 30 to any maneuver for 2 rounds. So basically, Askel, you come up to the edge and you slip and stumble as you leap out into the void. If you roll a 45 or under, I'm going to rule that you fall, and then if you fall, we'll have to see what the chances are of you falling either onto the platform that you can see here, or falling into the void. If you roll 45 or under, give me a roll, please.
Right.
Ooh.
55.
55. Do you feel lucky, Punk, or do you? Askel, you come up to the edge, you take a run up, and just at the lip, you stumble. You slip, fall, you crunch into that arch, and you stagger backwards. Ow! Oh, that hurt. You're at negative 30 for 3 rounds. We really should be doing rounds on this. So we are going to go into rounds now. Next into rounds. Next rounds. Jaeda, what do you do, please?
Going to do another willpower one. Well done, Askel. Normally that would have killed you. You're very lucky today. So willpower, almost got the same roll. 56.
56. 59 minus 56. Oops, hang on. Sorry, 56 was the roll? 3. Okay. So plus 101 minus 100 minus. Okay. So this time rounds yeah. So this time rounds, Jaeda, the beast in front of you, this multifaceted, multi-faced creature, this woman who mocks you, this angelic figure that curses you, this beast that wants to eat you, these things that surround you. It has the slight upper hand, but it doesn't gain significantly, nor do you make any progress. It's basically a draw. Askel, your action this round, please. You're negative 30 for maneuvers for 2 rounds.
So he's probably going to be rubbing his shin and shoulder. Okay. I guess what he'd need to do then would be, that's not going to work. Turn around, do the classic little kids climbing down, something like lay on your tummy, crawl back, shuffle back over the edge, let your legs hang down, then your body, and then holding yourself with your upper body, and then hang, and then sort of drop.
Okay.
I guess
that's his action this round?
Yeah, it's spectacular, but...
Okay. He does have... You do, as a reminder, you do have negative 30 to this roll.
Yep.
Okay. Okay. All right. So, drops and...
It's 6'3", so it's 20 foot, so it's...
Yeah.
Two thirds.
Yeah. Yep. So, call it to do that. It didn't say he was stunned, did it? No, it didn't. What did I say? I said it was a light maneuver to do that. Give me... Is this an all or nothing? Yes, this would also be an all or nothing, because basically you're just timing it to make sure that you land safely where you want to. So give me a light maneuver roll, please.
Okay. 55.
Okay, 55. Plus 8, was it?
Yep.
For agility? Yep. Minus 30 is a 33. You have a 60 or under chance of dropping down.
60 or under. Okay, hang on a sec. Ah, 67.
Can you give me a roll, please?
$62.
Okay, it's a light maneuver, so 62 becomes 42. It's, funnily enough, exactly the same result. You stumble, so basically as he's doing the thing of crawling down, his hands stumble. So as he's trying to kind of get to the position of, that point, as you described, kind of wriggling out on your stomach, he basically just mistimes that and screws that up. He's got a 45% chance of falling, 45 or under. So it's exactly the same result, and negative 30. So that would be he had negative 30 this round. So he'll have negative 60 for next round, and then negative 30 for another round after that. So firstly, 45 or under, and he falls. Give me a roll, please.
That could be a good thing. That at least gets him down.
Mm-hmm.
68. No.
68. He doesn't fall. So I'm going to say that he basically just hangs there. So he's got negative. He's kind of been. He nearly fell. Like he was kind of lowering himself out, ready to drop. Didn't, kind of freaked himself out, and he's just kind of hanging there with his backside off. You are still. What are you doing with the short sword, by the way? I'm assuming you're holding it.
Yeah. Sorry, I forgot about that one. He would have tucked it in, into his belt, or I don't think it would have It wouldn't have fit in his scimitar scabbard. Well, he would have taken that off with a weapon, so he would have had to have just tucked it into his belt.
All right. Okay.
So he could have two hands.
Sure. Okay. So, he's next round he'll have negative 60 to all actions, as well to any all actions or any moving maneuvers. What does it say? No, any maneuvers. So negative 60 to any maneuvers next round. But he's kind of half out, half on that little area. Okay, next. That is the end of that round. Next round.
Me?
Go for it, Jaeda.
All right, I'll go for willpower again.
Mm-hmm.
And it is a 63.
Oh, nice. Okay. Okay. Yeah. Again, you gain a little bit more potency, a little bit more control comes into, not much, but a little bit more control comes into Jaeda's power. The well is filling up in Jaeda's favor at this stage. I mean, this thing is fighting back, and you see, as I say, bits of it kind of flying off it as it's being pulled in a different direction. You're assuming it's being pulled elsewhere. It's being pulled into another place, from what you can make out. You are so fortunate, Jaeda, that its full attention isn't on you. Askel, you're half off, half on. You're at negative 60. What do you do?
I think Askel better recompose himself. So he probably want to wriggle back up and take a breather and think how to do this.
Okay.
He And I think he's actually going to try and call out to Jaeda.
Yep.
As well.
Sure. So, happy for him just to kind of wriggle his way back up. He's sitting, standing. What does he shout?
He's just trying to catch her attention, really. So he's just calling out, Jaeda, be strong.
Excellent. Just a second. Just 1 second, caller. So as you do so, it's kind of the first kind of noise you've made. There's a... And this little thing, quite a large noise from a little thing, his head snaps up. It hasn't really noticed you before, but it certainly notices you now as you cry out. There's no response from Jaeda, by the way. She doesn't seem to hear. Not sure if she even knows you're there. But this thing certainly does. And this horrible beast rushes around and starts clamoring and yammering at the foot of where you are, as does this one. Rushes around, and there are now two of them. Scampering and snapping and clawing at you, Askel. No response from Jaeda. That's the end of the rounds.
Okay.
Askel, this time you get to act first. You are now at negative 60. Negative 60 or negative 30? Negative 60. Am I right?
Was it minus 30 because I didn't do anything last round? I just basically called out.
You did too. Yeah, so negative 30. Yep, negative 30.
All right. So Askel's going to start to prepare a spell.
Okay. Cool.
Yeah.
All right. Done.
Full round preparing.
Done. Jaeda, you next.
Okay. 22. Not much willpower. I'm fading.
22 plus your skill minus. Okay. So, a couple of things this time. You gain a little bit more on this thing. Not much, but a little. A little more power. However, this time, horribly, and you felt this time the creature was easier to defeat. Like you felt that you had more. Like imagine a wall. It was kind of easier to push against this wall, easier to try to defeat. However, perhaps some explanation of why that is. This time, this creature lashes out at you, Jaeda, and tries to strike you.
Oh, how rude.
It is. It is. Jaeda, your defensive bonus is 26. I have it here. Yeah, it does hit you. It just tries to smash you. Just tries to punch you as hard as it can with its. And it's quite a bit. It's not quite a bit. You're very tall. It's maybe a foot or so taller than you. It's very big, and it just tries a smash on you with its balled fist. It knocks you for 4 hit points, and very fortunately, no critical. Just kind of a glancing strike. You got the very strong impression that it's much stronger. Like if it was using its full strength, if its force, its power wasn't already occupied doing something else, that blow would have been hideous, but it wasn't, because you sense it's being pulled somewhere else, and part of Jaeda is just praying to all of the three. Can the Molehi just continue doing what it's doing, please, please, please?
Oh yes.
These creatures are just snapping and running backwards and forwards down the bottom in front of you, Askel, and that is the end of the round. Next round. Jaeda, you're first to act. What do you do?
Okay, this time I'm going to fight.
Okay.
I feel it's weakening. I'm going to use my long nails. I assume I've still got them. And
Yep.
try and stab it in the eyes.
Sure. Would probably consider, if I may, you don't have a skill per se on that, so I'll just give you the brawling, which you did last time.
Yeah.
Sure thing.
Oh, yeah, brawling with using my long nails. So this one's full, all on physical.
All on physical. Okay. Go for it. So make an attack.
83.
Nice. 83 plus, I think, 20 it was for your brawling. Is that right?
Yep, plus 20 for brawling. Yep.
Plus 20, sure.
Is there something for aiming?
Unfortunately not. So that's a really, really good roll. And it's... you smash it. It's a really good roll on it. And you do it 4 hit points of damage. However, it's... how do we do this? 101 minus 100. 0 plus 1 minus 100. However, absolutely, with putting no contest in the will, the power of this thing just comes rocking back at you, and its sense to overwhelm you and dominate you massively overwhelms you. It absolutely won that round of the contest. You think it really pushed back hard, and more power, more dominance in the relationship, more strength in that horrible, horrendous tug of war situation that Jaeda finds herself in definitely swings more back the beast's way. With putting your resistance down, it's gained a lot more power. Next up is Askel.
So Askel is preparing for another round.
Another round, sure thing.
Yep. Catching his breath, so is he still minus 30?
No, it's gone.
It's gone now. Okay, so he's no longer winded or whatever, or...
Yep, he's okay. Prepared for another round, so that's round 2 of prep. These things are still thrashing around. The beast in front of you, Jaeda, decided not to physically attack you this round, but it absolutely dominated you in terms of will. That's the end of that round. Next round, Jaeda, first up. What do you do?
Okay, full willpower this time. I hope I get a good roll.
Give me a roll.
And lots of chanting things about the 300.
100! Hey! Roll again.
Take that.
Roll again. Woohoo! If you ever need another 100, it's now. Roll
88.
again. And 88.
Yeah.
100 plus 88.
And I'll be like, be gone, Genie, Jin. I'm not yours anymore.
That is a massive roll by Jaeda. Oh my goodness. Wham! A huge swing in the potency of this contest swings back in Jaeda's favor. Let me just do some calculations. Oh, yeah. Yeah, you reckon you're about 60% dominant here. A couple more attempts like that, and that kind of invisible mental tug of war, that power that's going on, that dominance between its will, its horrible will, and yours. A few more rolls, Jaeda, and you're going to do it. This time it did try to put all of its will in. Didn't try to hit you. Even with it putting all of its malevolence, its hate, everything against you, you crushed it with that. Nice rolling, Jaeda. If ever there was a time for 100, it was now. Nice one. Askel, you're next up. You're prepared for 2 rounds.
Right. Well, he's going to cast Fly.
Okay.
Fly 1.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know. I didn't think. I forgot that I could do high riding, so probably would have saved a bit of hassle before. But okay. All good. Yeah. So he'll need to do his transcend armor.
He's not wearing armor. Remember.
All right. There we go.
The armor's the armor's back at the inn. You wouldn't have been trotting around town and
Casual.
Yeah. No.
All right. Well, that should make it easier then. Yeah. So he's gonna do.
Unless I'm wrong, but I would have thought he would have, like, in the same way that Severin left his chainmail back at the inn, I assume that Askel did too. It is ultimately up to you, but I would have thought so.
Yeah. I'm going to say yes.
Okay. Yep. He is in level rank 1 though, as a result. Yep. Okay.
All right. Okay. Casting. I got a 6.
Doesn't matter. Really, with a roll like this, you only need to roll a 1 or a 2. Is a problem. But it's still worth. It is still worth preparing, I should say, because you could always roll poorly. Spell goes off. Askel, you can now fly.
Right.
You have 25% action after casting the spell. What do you do with your 25%?
25%. All right. Cool. He would. What do we got? Flying 1 gives me 75 feet per round. Oh, hang on. Sorry. No, this one. It's only 30 feet per round.
Mm-hmm.
All right. Great. So where he is, he would want to fly as far forward as possible above Jaeda.
Okay.
Yeah. If he can't make it all the way, then so be it. Just whatever the 25%.
Sure. So he'd probably come out to probably about, obviously not on the ground, up in the air. Get to about there.
Yeah,
so
parallel to, like, pretty much straight ahead, not coming down. Yeah.
Sure. So the center of that dome is 60 foot away.
Okay.
Yep. So these creatures are going absolutely nuts, and they follow Askel. One of them follows Askel. This one kind of this one actually comes back, I should say, and it was kind of hovering around this area, and comes back and just starts pacing in and around here. This one follows Askel as far as it can, but the dome, as you see there, kind of prevents it from getting much further. So Askel, you're about kind of there.
Oh, yep.
Yep. Cool. Next up, what does this creature do? It did put its full will, so it can't attack, and that is the end of the round. Nice rolling, Jaeda. So next round. Jaeda, you're up again. What do you do this round?
Okay, I'll just carry on with the willpower.
Okie dokie. Give me another roll.
100% willpower.
Mm-hmm.
And we've got 80.
Nice rolling. 80.
Yeah, finally.
Okay.
Must know that Askel's near.
Must do. Yeah, a little Actually, no. Let's do that again. So you rolled an 80, was that?
Yeah.
Okay, plus your bonus, minus that. 80 plus bam, yes. Again, this was much easier to do this time. And again, the power definitely goes towards more towards Jaeda. Again, along that terrible kind of struggle between the two of you, Jaeda is winning out more for sure. However, you realize in a second why that was the case, as this creature lashes out with its hands again at you, Jaeda. And yeah, this hurt. This hurt a lot. 13 in a D crush. 13 hits in a D crush critical. Smash into Jaeda. Just you wanted to know, Jaeda, this thing rolled a 98 plus an 83 plus a 90 an 83. I'm going to put the crit into chat. Coming into chat now. Exclamation mark. Space D100. Do you feel lucky, Jaeda?
Yep.
Oh, that's lucky. That is so.
Oh, could it get any lower?
That is so lucky. Phew. 2 more hits. The GM is relieved at that.
Askel, I'd just like to point out the power of prayer, as I've been trying to tell you guys throughout this entire game. So please tell the others.
Jaeda, that was a D critical on you, and if that had gone the other way, you could have been in serious trouble. Askel, you are the GM's just taking a pause there. Another 30% from Askel. So Askel, you're kind of about call it about there, perhaps.
Right. Okay. On the dome. Can he fly up to the dome? Obviously, can he see the dome, or was it meant to be invisible?
No. He can. It's this kind of shimmering form.
Right. Askel would draw the sword and see if he could poke through it.
Okay. Tap. It's solid, but not solid. The sword doesn't go through it.
Right.
Again, these hideous critters below you are not happy. That's one. That's the second one. Are not happy. This one's kind of followed it around. This one here is hovering in this area.
Right. Askel's gonna fly over to the gallows. What are they called?
Giblet.
Giblet. There was it. He's gonna fly over to one of those next and inspect what's in it.
That'll be next round.
Next round.
Yep. End next sector. Yes. That is end a round. Okay. And initiative next round. Bang. Jaeda, your turn again. What do you do?
I'm doing a 50-50 this time.
50-50?
Power and fighting.
Okay.
I'm going to go poke the eyes out again with my long nails.
Go for it. Give me a roll.
Oh dear.
What was that?
7.
That's not great. 7. Seven plus 50, 57. Minus just coming. Advanced maths here. Okay. This time, without a doubt, power comes back significantly in the creature's favor. It did try to resist all after the last round, and it definitely is gaining in power in this terrible tug of war competition. Just out of interest, what is it? Oh yeah, okay. Jaeda, you still feel that you still have the lead in this competition, but it is gaining on you, horribly gaining on you. You don't want to know what happens if it finally dominates you. You really don't want to know. But you only used half your action for attempting to fend it off. You get the other half to attack. Give me a roll, please.
Attacking roll 13. Ooh, weak.
So, yeah.
Unlucky number.
You just flail. She's just not skilled enough with, in comparison, her quarterstaff, she's got 83. With brawling, she's got 20. And of course, she's only using half of that. So she's using only 10. She's just not skilled. So no, just a complete miss. Doesn't even connect. Next actor is Askel. Askel.
Askel, as he was going to fly over to one of the giblets.
Mm-hmm. Take it. Do you have a choice?
Let's go left.
This one here?
Yep. C.
So slumped inside it is what appears to be a human child who is standing bolt upright, rigid, and her eyes glaze over white. The whites of her eyes are all that can be seen.
Right. Is there a door to the cage?
Doesn't appear to be. No.
No. What are the suspended cages suspended by? Chains, ropes?
They just
magic.
They just go up and then they seem to stop. They just hang in there.
Right. Askel will try. He'll tap the sword on the cage just to see if it barks or anything.
Nothing happens.
Cool. He'll start bashing on it with the sword, trying to wake them up.
Okay. Sure thing. You are. Oh no, you're not quite over the abyss. But if you wanted to see over the abyss, that's what it is. There's just nothing. But you're hovering here, so this other critter has come back and is now kind of yammering directly underneath you, snarling and frothing. The other one is over here, kind of pacing. You kind of glance over your shoulder and you see it's kind of pacing around whatever it is that's kind of the smoking blue thing is over here. Yeah, and you whack on the bars. Nothing happens.
Right. Much action left now?
I would say if you moved all that way, I'm probably being generous to say you actually banged on the bars. So, okay. I think. Well, let's have a look. What's the distance? To 30-foot around for the fly?
Yep.
Yeah. So basically that was your full round. So you got the banging on the bars for free, I'm afraid.
Okay. Sweet.
Okay. That is the end of the round. Initiative next round. Askel, you get to go first this round. You're at the bars. You're at this giblet.
Right. He's going to try and push or pull the giblet. Like, can he pull it?
Yeah, it does move. It
swing, or-
swings. Yep, does swing.
He's going to try and angle it and start pushing it towards where he flew off, the platform he flew off. See if
Okay.
it'll move that far.
Okay. Let's have a look. So kind of. How to do this? So pulling it up. No. Oops, no. I want the actual giblets. There we go. So kind of angling it like that and pulling it back.
Pushing it.
Pushing it.
Yeah,
like that.
Like Superman with a plane or something.
Yep.
So it moves?
It does move, yeah.
Yeah. Okay. And it's not like suddenly stopped like the imaginary
No.
train is going to taunt?
No, it does. It gets to probably to about there and then stops.
Right. Have it got anything
Maybe a
left to
little bit
this
further.
round?
Yeah, a little bit more. Yep. So you just it moves quite freely. You don't have to put a lot of effort into it. You kind of put your shoulder to it and just fly, and it kind of moves backwards and swings.
All right, no, nothing more this round.
Okay. All right. Next up, Jaeda.
All right, I'll go 100% willpower and 79.
79, nice. Okay. Yep. Again, it's swaying more in your favor. You would say you are on a scale. You feel like you're nearly 3/4 of the way there, just a little bit more, and the power is coming more towards you, definitely. It definitely didn't do. You don't know whether it's weakening or what, or whether more of it's going out into the other place or whatever's happening. But you definitely did more this round. Not a lot more, but you feel like you're winning. It's still gaining, like it's still struggling, but it's there. It's definitely there. These creatures here, Askel beneath you, the one beneath you is whoops, just lost sound there for a second. And then this one over here, pacing around in this area, also bellows its disapproval. That's the end of that round. And next round, Jaeda, your call.
Yep, again, 100% physical.
Okay, go for it.
Lots of praying and signs to the 3 and 18.
18.
Oh dear.
This time it's weaker because it's deciding to try to hit you again. So you do actually dominate it in terms of will. So you do just a smidge, goes a little bit more in your favor. You're inching closer towards success, Jaeda. But it does get a chance in a second, or it will on its turn, to wallop you, or attempt to wallop you, which is now. And it nearly did you a horrible injury with that D before. You were very lucky, and cross your fingers, because here comes the attack now. Oof. It does do you another critical, not nearly as severe. 9 and a B crush. And at this time, it's pretty bad. It smacks you in your chest. You're stunned for 2 rounds.
Okay.
You take 10 hits and you're at -10. What that means is it is going to have two rounds of basically not completely free world domination on you, but you can only basically defend at it does say stun no parry. I'm going to say at a quarter. So instead of defending at all of what you would, you'll defend at a quarter for two rounds.
Okay. Am I sort of lying on the ground, stunned?
No, you haven't fallen over because the crit doesn't say you've fallen, but it does say that it hit you pretty hard. You've taken another 10 hits, and you're at negative 10. So to any physical attacks, actually, and to your willpower, you're at negative 10. It has rocked you, like it's hit you pretty hard in the chest. That's not great. So the gains that you made in the next 2 rounds might be nullified, and there's nothing that you can do for the next 2 rounds. I'm sorry. Okay, new rounds. Now, Anthony, just before we jump into the new rounds, I managed to get my images working. So I'm just going to quickly show you what Jaeda is facing inside. Can you see that on screen?
Yep.
Okay. So this really bizarre thing is happening to this creature that Jaeda is facing. That's the main critter that she is that's confronting her, and that's probably the one that is present most of the time. But this creature flickers, and each time it flickers, a different being shows up. That's another one. It's another. I don't think you've seen these, have you, Askel? No.
No.
Yeah. That's another one. Another, and then the last one is this one here. So, you're not that you're paying a lot of attention. You have other things on your mind, Askel, at the moment. But when you do glance down into this glass bubble, this sphere, these different images kind of alternate. And it looks like Jaeda is fighting or confronting or doing something with these different things. This one, however, is the most prominent and the most pronounced. So, we are back there. What I might do, just to get us in exactly the right situation, is Askel will move you. And I wanted to just check, Askel, when you were pushing this cage, you can see it down there. Were you were pushing rather than pulling, correct? So you were in front of it, pushing backwards rather than pulling it. Am I right?
Yeah, because I was just thinking if I could drag it to that platform, which is raised up. But you said it hit the end of a imaginary stop and wouldn't go any further. I was just going to see if I could get it onto that platform.
Okay.
Rattle the cage.
Okay.
Literally.
Cool. Cool. So we've got you there. That's good. And right. Next rounds. Initiative. Bang, 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 and we're off. Jaeda, you get to act first. You are stunned, no parry. You've got 25% of your action. What do you do with your 25% of your action?
I'm just going to prepare for a spell. Is that what I can do?
Normally, yes, but preparation is a 90% action. You've got 25.
Oh no, 25.
Stun no parry. Stun no parry. You're reeling basically.
Okay, so, and I can't really go anywhere.
There's not a lot you can do, 25%. To be fair.
I'm just going to actually try and look around the dome because there's those people around me and just see what I can see while I'm stunned.
Yep, sure.
Like if I can recognize these people, or if they have any markings on them, or if there's any switches or dials or words.
Okay. Just be aware that by using some of your activity, so you've got 25% to do, that would also go on your defense against this creature. So if you do a perception, that would be a 10% action. So you would be sacrificing some of your defense. If you're happy to do that, we can definitely do that.
Oh, no, I'll wait.
Okay.
No, better save it.
Cool. In that case, please, can you make your all-important roll? And you want to make this one really, really high.
Sure, I can do that.
Excellent.
And if not, aren't you GM second chance?
Ah,
99!
nice! Oh my god, if you ever needed a roll,
Woo!
it was now. Roll again, please.
Could have been
Fantastic.
higher.
Roll again.
Okay, come on. Oh, 30.
But still,
30.
plus...
99, 30. One more?
No, because you already rolled once, but plus 25
Plus-
minus... that 59 or better. So you didn't. You are definitely weaker, Jaeda. I mean, because you're injured. Basically, you're groggy is probably the best way to describe it. So you're not able to focus. You're not able to kind of steel yourself or to kind of fight that mentally try to fight this thing off from trying to control you. However, on this occasion, you managed. There was the luck and the fates and the gods were with you. And even though it minorly kind of it minorly beat you. It basically came up with a tie. It doesn't gain more ground. So you would have expected, because you're groggy. Imagine being probably a good description is imagine being punched really hard in the face or taking a really hard blow to the head. But your character Jaeda is basically seeing stars, and I don't mean the stars on screen. I mean she's not able to function well. She's kind of there's that phrase in boxing, punch drunk, where you're almost back on the ropes. She's like that. This would basically be an open opportunity for this thing to come in and completely demolish her. It doesn't, because of that amazing roll, and it doesn't gain any more ground coming back. You don't gain anything yourself, but it doesn't. Critically, it doesn't gain. Miraculously, it doesn't gain. It has one more round of this where it's basically an open strike on you. Can you do it next time? But that roll, that 99. Was perfectly timed. Next up is Askel. Askel, you've pushed this cage back. It's definitely got some swing. You think you can feel it could probably go back a little bit more, you think, and it's definitely going to swing in quite an arc, you reckon, once you let it go with quite some force. These hideous creatures down here, and can we just get a final? Here we go. Yeah. Quite a large roar for a little critter. This one here is kind of dancing around underneath you, darting backwards and forwards here. The last you'd seen was this other one is kind of patrolling around this blue smoking thing over here. Askel, you've pushed this cage back quite a bit. What are you doing, please, this round?
Right. But you're saying it sort of feels like it's got a stop, like it doesn't just keep moving, like it feels like there's an imaginary or invisible mounting point where it stopped to.
You've pushed back. You've pushed it back for 2 rounds, and there's been no inertia on this thing. Like it's swung back from. If you can see here, that's where it was in line with this cage here, and you've pushed it back for 20 seconds, and you've pushed it back to the point where it doesn't feel like it's going to go any further, but there's definitely weight and substance behind it. When you let it go, it's going to swing with some force, you think, or it feels like that anyway.
Cool. All right. Based on that, I think I've got far enough.
Yep.
I'm going to let it go to see if it'll smack into that dome. Like, obviously, jump out of the way just to smack into the dome.
Yep. Excellent.
Yeah.
Cool. Let's just... I find that. Oh, damn it. I was looking for a sound effect. I don't have one. It does. So Askel, you move out of the way. So your action is very small. So you're still flying. You move that way, and sure enough, this thing, and I'm probably not going to be able to move it as in an arc as I'd like to, but you get the sense. Yes, it swings down with some force and smashes into the side of this cage, onto the side of this dome, and there is. Just give me a second. See, I wonder if I can find the sound effect. Oops, a daisy. Wanting it to go down. Crunch. So it lands about there, and let's see if. No, not one there. I'm just wanting to see if I got some sound effects. This probably isn't it. There we go. Close enough. There should have been a nice, satisfying kind of crash, but crunch. Yes, it slammed into the dome, and you're not sure if it's made of glass or whatever it is, but it has definitely cracked and shattered. Like you can clearly see it's made it's broken some of the, let's call it glass, because it looks like glass. You don't know if it is glass. Yep. But it's definitely worked, and it has put a massive crack all the way down it, and there's an impact point on this glass dome that you can see for sure.
Cool. And what happened to the giblet? Did it just stay there, or was it slowly returning back to its position, or?
It's what has it done? Yes, it is swinging back to align with this one. So it's hit it, and now it's coming back, and in a second or two it'll probably swing a bit,
Yep.
and then kind of stop where it should.
Back to its unnatural resting place.
Correct. That'll probably take the rest of the round for it to do that. What are you doing for the remainder of your 90%? Because moving out of the way only took 10%. Definitely that worked. That definitely worked.
Right. Askel would fly across the dome to the other side, because there's four giblets, one on each sort of corner. So he'd go to that far, directly across where the little smoky little thing is. So he'd go over to that side.
Okay.
And to that giblet over there, and essentially prepare to do the same sort of thing of like to push into it.
Okay. Now, how far can he fly, please, in a round? Because actually, timing in this is going to matter quite a lot.
He can travel.
I think it's 30 foot.
It is 30 foot around. Yep.
Okay, so that's 14. Let's have a look. For some reason, the scale on these maps doesn't work well up above. Let's see, what is the distance from here to here? No. What's the distance from here to here? That's 30 foot, so 3 of those panels. So, for argument's sake...
I think we were sort of like, we talked
about
the last time. Yeah. So it was like partway to the dome.
Cool. So Askel flies and gets to call it here, flying over the top. Yep. So this so this critter down here, you hear it behind you. Again, making some, snarling noise, and you're pretty sure it follows its way around. Yep, you see this smoking thing down here. Could you give me a perception roll, please?
Great, because I was going to ask you, can I do a perception roll? 50.
50.
Lucky for some in this game.
Lucky for some in this game, absolutely.
We're out of the in-between.
You are, but where are you now? That's the question.
Yeah, another in between. My general perception is plus 25.
Cool, thanks. Lovely. Uh, 25. Yeah, okay. So, yeah, you in your haste as you're kind of flying over the top, you get a much better look at this kind of smoking blue thing, and it's this. It is that. So it's the disc. You remember the clawed hands that came through and yanked it down?
Yep.
It's here.
Yes.
And it's
That's a good. Yeah, that's the mark of the 3.
That's right. It's the sign of Carsan, and that was the thing that you saw pulled in to this strange place, if you recall.
Yes.
Cool. So that is the end of your round.
Awesome. Thank you.
Next up is the creature, the demon. Let's call it the demon, whatever it is, facing you, Jaeda. Put all of its energy, all of its effort into trying to control you last round. It didn't because of that amazing roll from Jaeda. So basically, it just stands kind of trying to grapple Jaeda and snarling at her, and these terrible images, these different things come racing past, particularly the woman. And I've described the woman to you in previously, Jaeda. Just the sneering, condescending, horrible voice inside Jaeda's head, just mocking everything about her. Terrible, terrible, terrible being. Next up, yeah, these two creatures here. You see this one, Askel, is just kind of pacing backwards and forwards around this area here. And that is the end of the round. Next round, initiative. Roll initiative. Starting off, Jaeda, you again. Realistically, you can't. With your 25%, there's not a lot you can do. Perception would probably be about the only thing. Let me just check. You could, with your 25%, you could try a perception roll. Stand up if you're knocked down, which you're not. You could drop to the ground for 20%. You can recover something from a belt, an item from your pouch. From an item from a belt pouch. I can't even say that. And a belt pouch. A few other things, but you would be relinquishing your. Okay, so you're gonna.
Can I just pray? Can I do a prayer?
Yeah, sure. Yeah, I mean, I'm assuming that probably part of your resisting is doing a prayer. Give me a roll and hope it's the same as last time.
$39. It's a small prayer.
Not quite the same as last time. Plus 25. Minus. Okay. 39 plus 25 minus is, so 59 minus sorry, Jaeda. Last effort from you was phenomenal. This time, however, this creature has definitely, definitely got the better of you, and it gains. It definitely gains quite powerfully, and Jaeda is going to be at a penalty next time for trying to resist. You are still I've described previously that kind of that tug of war. Imagine, you on one end, it on the other. You've gained most of the power. Like, you feel you're close. You're 85, 90% nearly there. But with this, basically Jaeda was wide open still, with stars reeling around her head. It has gained on her significantly, and not only that, but when Jaeda attempts to resist next time, she's going to have a penalty of negative 25 to try to resist. So not only did it gain more ground, but it's made it harder for Jaeda to resist. So the contest with that roll just got a lot harder. However, thanks to that amazing roll from last time, it could have been much, much worse. Much worse. All right, that is the end of your turn. Askel, what are you doing?
So continue to fly towards that opposite giblet cage with the same intent of pushing it and back and letting it swing again.
Cool.
Just to smash it, the dome from another side.
Cool. So we'll say at the end of this round, you get there, and that's your action.
Now I'm closer. I've got anything left for a perception check on what's happening to the artifact? Like, can I see anything up closer? Or
I think I'll give you basically a freebie. The last one was kind of a freebie too. Yeah, I mean it's well, you can see it there. It's seems to be the same size and all the rest of it. This metal disc. There were 3 of them, you recall, as part of the ceremony, and it seems to be perfectly intact. But yeah, there's a strange kind of energy, almost like smoke or steam, blue in color coming off it. And this creature, you notice, is moving around it. It's not touching it, but it's definitely not straying far away from it at all. And it's constantly, this critter is constantly looking, staring up at Askel, and also glancing down at the thing. And this critter has come over here too, you've noticed. So glancing down, the one that was kind of tracking you before is now here as well. That's the end of your turn.
Cool.
The demon doesn't do anything additional this round, Jaeda, because it pushed all its energy, all its effort into trying to dominate Jaeda last time. And the 2 dog creature things are now pretty much underneath you, Askel, and both of them are sounding pretty frustrated with the whole state of affairs. That is the end of that round. Next round. Rolling initiative. Jaeda, yet again, first off. So Jaeda, the effect of stun no parry has now gone from you, which means that you would normally have 100% to act. However, for the will contest, yes, there is the penalty of 25. So you have 75% left to act.
Okay. So using all my willpower, I'm going to look this thing in the eye and pray, in Shadow's realm, my soul shall soar to vanquish evil evermore.
Ooh,
the
nice.
demon's heart I'll rend apart, with this prayer my will impart. And I will roll.
What are you rolling?
Full willpower. Full willpower.
Full willpower. Hey, before you do that though, can you? I'm definitely going to give you an applause for that. That was it. Nice.
91 roll.
91 roll. That's what you needed. Where did that poem come from? That's cool. 91.
Can't say.
91 plus 6 minus. Okay, you have gained not a huge amount. You have pulled it back, but you haven't substantially gained. But critically, the penalty that you have, you've negated that this round. So basically a stalemate. So that the contest of the tug of war hasn't gone either way. Maybe it was the poem, maybe it was something else. You don't know, but yes. Nice work.
The power of prayer.
The power of prayer. There you go. Askel, you were at the cage. What do you do? Same again.
Yes. I'll start sort of like, doing the old pushing it back, ready to release it again.
Cool.
However much action that takes, and then if I can push it back enough in that turn, then I'll release it.
Okay. You push it back. You feel like, as per the previous one, it took you 2 rounds to push the previous one all the way back. It feels like the same for this one. You think it's going to need another round of effort to get it all the way back for a substantial swing.
Okay, sounds good.
Cool. Brilliant. That's what you do. And that is the end of that round.
How many rounds have we covered off so far? Because I can fly for 1 minute per level, so 6 minutes. So how many rounds have we...
Yep. Good question, and thanks. Yes, again, honest Askel. You've been going for 13 rounds.
13 rounds.
Yes. So, minute and a bit. That is the end of the rounds. Next turn for initiative. Jaeda, yet again. What are you doing this time, Jaeda?
Same again.
Same again.
Stare at it in its eyes. Full willpower.
Big roll this time. Big roll. $54. middle size roll, but you get the 25. You're not penalized by the 25. Again, another stalemate. Basically, you don't gain. It doesn't gain. You basically just kind of stare at each other. You are seeing again, bits of this thing kind of fly off, and you notice, Jaeda, you've kind of been doing this dance. You haven't been static while this has been going on, nor has the creature. And you're noticing that increasingly bits of it, I've mentioned previously that bits of it are kind of coming away, and increasingly you're knowing, not that you can necessarily see this fully, but you're noticing that bits of it are kind of flying up and coming in this direction and going in this direction.
Nice.
So bits of the creature are coming off and heading in here. Okay. Next. These dogs are just going absolutely nuts. Beneath you, Askel. And another one. Askel, your rounds, I'm not going to ask for any kind of roll as I didn't last time, but this time you push the cage as far back as it will go from the fulcrum. And that is the end of that round as well.
Cool.
Initiative. This time, Jaeda, the creature gets to act first, and it decides on this occasion to try to whack you again. It just reaches out as it did last time, and you see this horrible fist. It's not. I mean, it's big. It's 10 foot, so it's another 3 or 4 foot taller than Jaeda. And its fist is horribly large. It comes at you. And it's, yeah, I'm sorry to say, Jaeda, even with your agility, it still hits you. Smack! Hits you for a 5A unbalance. Crunch. However, it was online, like it basically tried to bring its hands straight down on your head. But you dodged at the very last second, and you only take another 4 more hits, so a pretty weak strike. You must parry next round. That pretty much has no effect in this situation. So basically, in total, 9 hit points. So you're weakening a little bit, Jaeda, but not a colossally powerful hit, fortunately. And the critically didn't stun you. That was probably the main thing that you were worried about. Next up, Askel, your turn.
Yeah. As wee Casper said when he was little. Let her rip.
Let her rip. Let her rip. Out of the way. And this thing, this cage, comes hurtling down as per the previous one. And there is a colossal and a very, very satisfying crash and tinkle of glass. This dome has been weakened on this side, and it has been weakened now from the impact that you've done at Askel. And very satisfyingly, a selection of glass. Can I draw it with the? Yeah, I can draw it here. Let's see if I can draw this. I'm not sure this is going to work. Draw? No, that's not going to work. I'll just have to show. Can you guys see that screen all right?
Yep.
Cool. So it's come and a section of glass has broken. Yeah, almost like that. That would kind of do.
Yeah.
And the impact definitely large enough for Askel to get in, and has come down. Jaeda, can I ask please for just a pure, unadulterated dumb luck roll to see if you get hit by any of this falling glass.
No.
I'm gonna say there is a there's a chunk of glass that's coming down in shards and splinters. However, you'll see there's this barrier that you're inside, and there's these strange kind of tentacle things up. So there's a reasonable chance that you may not get hit. I'm going to say there is a 25% chance that you might be struck by falling glass. This is just pure luck, absolutely pure dumb luck. If you roll 25 or under, you'll be struck by some falling glass. And
I did. I got a 20.
You got a 20.
Mm-hmm.
I will ask you then, please, to... I think it will be your turn next. It is your turn next. Your back is to it, I'm afraid. So this glass comes down on top of you and you're unaware of it. So...
Got that cloak on though, it protects me.
You do currently, yes, you do. So I'm going to give an attack of... Would it be a bash attack or would it be a slash attack? Let's come down there. Yeah, a small slash attack on you. Nope. Nope. There we go. Exactly what I needed. You are lucky, Jaeda. You are really lucky. This is completely unknown to you because your back was behind you. All you hear is this colossal crash. And the second thing you hear, Jaeda, too, that your fight with this horrible creature inside this dome has been utterly silent up until now. Like, you haven't been able to hear anything. There has been no noise inside this dome. Suddenly now you can hear these horrible noises that you can now all hear. Miraculously, Jaeda, there's this sound of splintering glass, crashing glass, and shards of it and fragments of glass come down. They hit your clothes, but bounce off uninjured. So yes, parts of the glass came down on top of you, but they haven't cut through your robes, and you were uninjured with the shattering glass. Very fortunately, the roll was a 32, by the way. Jaeda, you
Power
are
of prayer.
the power of prayer. You are up, please. What are you doing this round? Don't forget, this creature decided to sacrifice some of its activity to try to hit you. What do you want to do?
Another prayer. Through darkest night and blackest void, I summon power unalloyed. With every breath and every word, my soul's commitment shall be heard. And then, full willpower roll.
Give me a roll.
Oh. Da-da-da-da-da-da. Come on. It's going to be better than 20. 65?
Okay, not bad. 65 plus that. Now it's attacked. So this is the balancing act that you and this creature have had to make. Do you sacrifice some of your will, some of your focus to try to overpower your opponent mentally, or do you use all of your will to try to overcome them? It made the call. Perhaps
I'm going to use all my willpower.
No. I understand that you have. It didn't. It tried to attack. It tried to attack. Remember, it tried to hammer you last time.
Oh, right. Yep.
And it missed, which means that you do it a much more potent attack. Wham! This time you definitely gain, Jaeda. You definitely increase, and you feel this tug of war, this horrible sense, absolutely swings in your favor. You are almost there, Jaeda. Almost there. You think one last effort. If you could do something like that again next time, you will have won this contest. You can feel the energy and the power of control as more and more bits of this thing are leaving and are flying up into this void up here. You feel, Jaeda, that you are gaining the upper hand, so long as you can keep rolling like you have. And that. Continuing on. Yeah, these creatures, these two dog-like things, Askel and Jaeda, you hear them now for the first time because, of course, you've heard nothing previously. They really don't like the destruction of this dome. There's one and the other. And Askel, they are leaping. Like they are definitely falling short. They can't get you, but they are leaping up, trying to get at you. Jumping up in the air, snapping, clawing, desperately trying to get at you. They really don't like the destruction of that dome. That's very apparent. One of them in particular, this one here is probably doing more of the leaping. This one here is just kind of pacing around this object, but snapping and snarling at Askel. That is the end of the round. Initiative for next round. Jaeda, you're nearly there, you think. What do you do this round?
I'm going to stick with full willpower again.
Mm-hmm.
Because it seems to work better.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe. Full willpower.
Go.
Praying.
Mm-hmm.
Looking it in the eye.
Go for it.
And 41.
41? Minus 100. So this time it doesn't attack you. It got quite scared with you gaining as much as you do. I don't know what it is, but maybe it got perturbed by you gaining as much as you did, and this time it forces all of its slowly sapping will on you, Jaeda, and it's a tie. You don't gain, it doesn't gain, and you just stand there, grappling with each other, mentally trying to probe and to try to find some way of getting purchase into its mind to try to get at you. It doesn't try to hit you, it just simply tries to stop you, and it looks like it has this round, unfortunately.
Mm-hmm. Could live with that.
Askel, what do you do?
So, with the dome now cracked quite significantly.
Well, it's open. Yeah.
Opened.
Mm.
Have we noticed anything different? Like you were talking about the stuff that was speckling off back to the open portal hole.
Mm.
Has it increased at all, or any like?
Give me a perception. Not obviously, but you would need to make a. Now, is this a 30% perception, so a really good look around, or a 10%? Up to you.
Just 10%.
Okay. Give me a roll.
Yeah, just you crack a thing and the next one.
Yep.
11. So
11.
plus 25.
Don't forget it's masked, so it could be an amazing roll. So look, Askel, you've had a very quick glance around. These creatures down below are doing as I described. You can't see anything. You can't see anything different, particularly, other than little pieces of glass kind of dropping into the dome.
All right.
You've got 90% left to act.
90%.
Mm-hmm.
I think Askel's going to take the sword out.
Mm-hmm. That's 10%. 10% or 20% to draw. I think it's 20.
20, yeah.
Drawing weapon is 20. Yep. You got 70% left.
Damn, I've just had to rethink of what I should have done, but that's all right. I'll see if I can lower myself to slowly down at the one that's trying to leap at me and just almost, so I guess reposition my body, so rather than being straight up like a pin, so flatten myself like Superman.
Yep.
And over the one that's kind of leaping, and well, the intent of what I'm trying to do is, like, as it trying to leaps, get in with enough with it, and as it leaps, I'll swing at it.
Okay.
Go,
doggy.
yeah.
Yep. Yeah, I get it.
Yeah, may not be able to achieve it in this round, but just
position yourself.
Even if it's just teasing it, so it's starting to jump.
Yep.
And then, have the sword back ready to, like, come on, here, doggy, and then as it leaps, just that's fine.
Got it. So what I would say is it's a short sword, so it's on screen if you can see the camera. You know, it's a I'm out of room on the camera.
I get it.
It's a short sword, so it does extend your reach a bit. But there is a chance that if you go low enough, it might be able to get at you as well. Yep. Okay. So you've used 10 for perception. You've used 20 for a drawing a sword. To move down and to position yourself as you've described, you don't have to go anywhere, any distance other than a bit further down. So I would say you can spin yourself around, and as you've described.
I'd be happy just to get into position this round and then do a full round next round.
Okay. Well, in that case, you can definitely do that. Yep.
Yeah. Rather than trying to crunch the little percentages of.
Yep. Sure. Done.
What I couldn't do. Yeah, we'll do that just enough to antagonize it and start going doggy.
Okay. Cool. Done.
Cool.
There we go. That is that round's end of the round. Next round. Jaeda, burst again.
All right. Getting right into these prayers now. I'm not sure what's working, dice or prayers, but I use all willpower.
Okay. Yep.
See what happens.
Sure.
It is 71.
71. Cool. In desperation, this thing attacks you this round in its turn, assuming it gets a turn. So its its dedication to try to force its will on you is lessened. So 71 plus that, plus. Oh, hang on. 1 plus 100 minus. Nice one. Well, I was saying, Jaeda, that... Let's see if I can find it. Oops. Just a second, caller.
preparing a demon funeral.
No, I don't know what I'm doing. So this is quite dramatic, Jaeda. You absolutely steel yourself. You everything in you clench up and you tense. Everything about Jaeda is focused in this moment, and you see this horrible thing in front of you. This thing that you have had inside you now for about 6 months, and it's become part of you. And in some ways, it's kind of awful because you know it, and you know it knows you. Like, it's got to know you quite well. It's like almost a growth or something malignant that's growing inside you, and it really has become almost like part of you. And with this massive effort, the very last thing you see of it is this woman, this version of this creature, and this terrible mocking woman who said these terrible things to you and has judged you and has basically everything that Jaeda isn't. And you gain some satisfaction that it's that woman is the very last thing you see. As Jaeda, you force all of your energy, all of your willpower, all of your strength into saying, basically, not today, Satan. No, get out. This mind, this body is mine. And you do it. You succeed.
Yes.
And suddenly, this creature just flies to pieces, and the little kind of shreds of it which have been coming off suddenly all dissipate, and all of these things, just all of these particles of this thing, this creature in front of you, this woman in front of you, just simply dissipate and all come rocketing up at speed and come rushing out. You don't quite see Jaeda, but out of this area here, and come hurtling out. And the creature in front of you, if I can get hold of it, vanishes. 3 other things happen, however, Jaeda. You the first thing that happens is there's this terrible rending, cracking noise, and this device that you've had at your throat, this clasp of these claws at your throat that you've had, you feel parts of it beginning to come away. They're still intact, but you can feel kind of this constricting grasp almost around your neck. You haven't really noticed it too much here because you've had your mind on other things. Has loosened a bit, and you're just feeling very, very drained. They're still intact. They're still here. The claw is still present. So more work needs to be done, clearly, but to get this thing off you or get it away from you. But at least this creature has now gone. So it was winding up to smash you. It was winding up to bring its fist down on you again. And the blow never came because, Jaeda, you resisted enough, and it just... so its fist and all of it just disintegrated. And with a massive gust, the particles of this creature, of this demon, of this thing, just come rushing out this gaping white hole up here. Well done, Jaeda.
Feels good. I assume I have no more scales and long teeth and bald head, did that say?
You don't know. You don't. And in this round, everything.
Askel, get me a mirror.
Everything you could do was put into that. Askel,
Okay.
you have nice work, Jaeda. In fact, that definitely deserves. That definitely requires. Definitely.
Oh, that's so good.
Very well done.
Well played, Jaeda. Well played. Askel, you are back here. You've lowered yourself in a position that you think is. Let me think. Could you give me an agility check, please? I'm going to call it a, and this was probably a combination of this was last round actually. I just had a bit of a rethink on how to do this.
Okay.
It's going to be I'm going to call it a. So it's a moving maneuver. Because you don't have fly, I would consider it a light maneuver, and it's just to kind of align yourself and your body at the right place and the right level, basically. Give me a roll. It's a light maneuver.
Yeah. When you say I don't have fly, what do you mean?
There's a skill called fly, so this is
Right, gotcha.
This is in place of the fly skill.
Gotcha.
Give me a roll, please.
34.
34 plus his agility, thanks.
Agility. +8.
So, sure. Okay, cool. All right. Cool, great. So, yes, Askel, you have come down. You think, you're not 100% sure, but you think you've made the right judgment on how far it's jumping up and where you've positioned your body. And it's still leaping at you. What's your declaration this round? What do you do this round is probably a better question.
Noting what's just happened with Jaeda, has that changed anything with these doggies?
No.
No, they're still haven't gone howling, running off and dissipated or anything. No, okay.
Nope.
Yeah, I'd be trying to get a swing in as wait for it to leap and then just trying to time it and then give it a good 80% of my action.
Okay.
To swing at it.
Okay. So you're not skilled in short sword, but you are skilled in cutlass. So you would have half your skill in cutlass. I think this is quite an unnatural stance to be in. So for a normal attack on the ground, if you're moving and operating normally, you'd have your full attack. I think realistically here you'd get 60% of your 50%, if that makes sense.
Sounds good.
Yep. So 60% of half of your cutlass, if you can figure that out.
All right, yeah, so I'm 83 with cutlass.
Yep.
So half that, 40, we'll say 41.
Yep.
So half of that would be
40.
20.
Yep.
Oh yeah, half of 41 would be say 20. So then 60% would be
25, 26.
Yeah, about 20. 25.
25?
Yeah.
Go for it. Give me a roll, please.
Okay. No, 4. So that's a no.
That might be a fumble. Let's have a look. Might be a fumble, might not be a fumble. Let's have a look. Short sword, short sword, short sword, short sword, short sword. I think it might be a little bit, not quite a fumble, but let's have a look. Fumble range 1 or a 2. You're in luck. You are in luck, Askel.
Nice.
Fair to say, however, that that is definitely a miss.
Okay.
This thing attempts to bite you. It'll have a substantial minus. You think you positioned yourself okay, but actually you kind of, didn't. Not quite. So it can possibly get a bite, or actually not a bite, but a claw on you. You're definitely safe from its mouth, but its claw possibly. So I'm going to give you a very healthy cover. Yeah. So it leaps, kind of slashes at the air beneath you, and just definitely fails to hit. The second one, however, does the same. It does get a rear attack on you. It also gets a big minus because it's leaping up to try to claw you. But it does get... No, it probably rears... Well, you didn't say which way you came down, so I am going to give it rear on this occasion. So it had a negative 40 on its attack to try to reach up and get you. It just managed to claw you, and when I say just, I mean just. It did 8 in an E, but an E tiny critical. So in other words, the most feeble critical of anything. So basically a toenail just caught you. I am going to roll the E in public though, just for dramatic effect. And hey, it's always good experience. Exclamation mark space D 100. 47. Yeah, so basically, Askel, you thought you'd positioned yourself right, not quite, and it was able to reach up and basically with its claw just strike at your foot, or at your lower leg is probably a better description. 5 hits, must parry next round, and you take 1 hit per round.
Right. Okay.
Like the smallest of small strikes on you. And I just want to check, however. Right. Yeah, it's fair enough. Cool. And that is the end of that round. Initiative. Bang. Jaeda, what do you do?
Yes. I'm going to feel my face and my claws and my teeth.
All seems to be the same.
All right.
The same as it has been, so you don't think you can feel any change.
Okay. Are you sure, Chris?
Yep.
Okay. All right. Can I step out of this place? Wasn't there some people? Wasn't there some people around somewhere in a little? Some trapped people. Are they released?
No, you can't really step out because the hole, and you can see the hole.
All right, I'll fly out the hole.
Is up here.
Okay.
Like it's quite. From Jade's perspective, it's kind of at least 20 foot up, probably more.
20 feet. Okay, I can fly out though, eh? Where's my flying movement spell? Here it is. Oh, I can leap 50 feet. Oh, sort of in one direction. I might miss. Landing, levitation, wind drift. No, I have to fly.
Okay.
So I'll cast a fly spell.
Okay. Give me a roll, please.
Pardon me. Okay, let's see if I can fly. 26. I can flap my arms.
26, but no preparation.
Oh, yeah, I forgot about that. Oh well.
Negative 30. So that is a failure.
Okay.
Um,
No fly zone.
it's no fly zone. Correct. Can you roll a spell failure, please?
Oh, is this how badly it fails?
Yeah.
8.
8.
8.
Oh, you're lucky.
Oh.
Momentary lapse in concentration delays casting a spell for 1 round. So normally just casting a spell and preparing, so long as you've prepared and you've got rid of the negative, the only chance of a spell failing is a 1 or a 2. However, with no preparation, there is always the chance, as happened now, that the spell failed.
Okay.
All right. No luck. I'm sorry for Jaeda that round. Next up is Askel. Askel, you must parry. The description of no parry is, for this number of rounds, the target may not attack. They may only parry with half their OB. The only other actions are movement, both modified by -25. I would give movement by -25 your ability to go up, just fly directly up a bit, and well and truly out of harm's reach for these creatures, if you wish.
Yeah, pretty much. I'd just like pop up.
Okay.
I would, I'd probably pop up, straighten up, and come across. And I mentioned it previously. Can they jump higher than that little wall thing? Yeah, the outer edges.
Are
they jumping that high?
Yeah, they are. They are jumping quite high. Yes, they would be. Yeah, they would be. So that you mean the lip of this stone lip here? Yeah.
No, the outer edge, the outer outline, the wall.
Oh, here.
Yeah, that's. Are they jumping higher than that?
Well, that's about the same height, or actually slightly lower than there. So yes, they can.
Okay.
Yep, they're jumping a reasonable distance.
Yeah. In that case, I would just fly to the pillar closest to the artifact, and I think I would just rest down on top of that.
So take your pick. This one. Oh, you mean this pillar here? Actually, is slightly closer.
Yeah.
Okay. So you're feeling a bit dazed because you must parry, but yeah, your action has been to straighten up, to move up a little bit, and then I'd give you kind of that to get there. Yep.
Yeah, with the intent of to go and stop on top of the pillar.
Yep. Cool. Yeah, I mean that's a minimal distance. It's a matter of a few feet. So yeah, I think that's fair enough for a no parry. Must parry. Sorry. Cool. All right. And again, these beasts express their disapproval.
Wait.
And that is the end of the round. Next round is definitely Jaeda again. So Jaeda, you've attempted however, the description of the spell was just simply delayed a round, I think, wasn't it? Was it? I just need to check it. Delays casting of spell for 1 round. Try again, Jaeda, or you can prepare if you wish.
Yeah, I'll prepare.
Okay, prepare 1 round, sure. Very good. Askel, what do you do this round?
So Askel would. He's still got his fly spell going.
Yes.
He would start to prepare another spell. Can he prepare another spell while he's flying, or does he have to?
Yes. Yeah. Yep. That's okay.
Okay.
Yep.
He'd prepare for a round, full round.
Done. Cool. That's the end of the round. And next round. is Jaeda again. Jaeda, you're prepared for 1 round, which is... always forget this. I've been playing this game for 30 years, and I always forget this. It is... 1 round of prep is negative 15.
I'll prepare again.
Yep. Okay.
1 more round of preparing.
Sure thing. Askel.
Another round of preparing.
Done. That's the end of that round. Initiative. Jaeda, you've prepared for 2 rounds. Currently, that is a
Fly.
plus 0 on your result. Give me a roll, please.
Time to fly.
Yep. Give me a roll.
48.
48. That wasn't a 1 or a 2. The spell is... successful. What? How far can you fly in around, please, Jaeda?
Jeepers, where am I going to fly to? So it says as levitation 1, so it can be up and down and around. Except caster can fly at a rate of 15 feet per round, 1 mile per hour.
So 15 foot.
Yeah.
15 seems quite limited. Okay.
Oh, there is another fly spell, but it's higher.
Okay. So 50. You can fly 15 foot and around.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay.
How high is this dome hole?
Quite high. If Jaeda's nearly 7 foot, that's it there. It's pretty high. The hole, as described, is kind of, well, not kind of. It's kind of there. I'd definitely ask for a maneuver to get out between the broken glass. It should be quite an easy maneuver. What is she doing? Where is she going?
Hopefully out that hole.
Okay. So with 15 foot, definitely 15 foot around.
Yeah, fly. So it's a level 6 spell, fly 1, as per levitation 1, which just says that I can go up and down.
Yep.
Vertically 10 foot around. Horizontal is possible only through normal means, whatever that means.
Yep.
And then except I can fly at a rate of 15 feet around. Yeah.
Oh, okay. What's the higher one, out of interest?
The higher one.
The higher spell list.
Fly 2 is 75 feet per round. I probably could have leaped out. I can leap 50 feet. Seems weird to jump out a hole, though.
And leaping through broken glass. Yes.
Yeah. Bad if I miss, right?
Yes.
So I should probably just gently fly in the air.
Okay. 15 foot. I'll say that'll get her to the kind of generously. I'll say that'll get her to the edge of the hole or close on it. Yep. That's right. Done. Askel. What do you do?
All right. That's 2 rounds of preparing.
Yep.
Cool. He's going to cast a spell.
Was that 2 rounds?
Armor.
2 rounds or 1 round? 2 rounds. Was it?
I forget. It was very quick.
Yeah, it was. Let's go with 2.
We're both preparing.
Yes.
Yeah. So no armor.
Yep.
So yeah, he wants to cast shock bolt.
Yeah.
And he wants to target the closest doggy.
Yep.
Yeah.
Number 2. Give me a roll, please. I'll give you a bonus because of your positioning. So you're above it. So and I'll give you a flank, basically a flank bonus for going above it. Give me a roll, please.
Higher ground. Let's go.
High ground. You got it.
Come on.
Big roll. Big roll. Big roll.
Whoops. Hang on. The wrong place. D100. 88.
Nice.
That's good. That's good.
What's his shock bolt, please?
Yeah, because he does have his spell thing as well. Directed spells shock bolt was plus 18 as well.
Plus 18. 18. I'll give you a facing. I said I'd give you a flank. Probably no, a rear flank. There we go. And an 88.
Cool.
Boom fire.
Hang on, light law baseless. Hang on a sec. Light law shock bolt. Range.
Oh, easily within range. Oh yes, but you might get a bonus. I don't think so, but check and see.
So it's light law. To do a shot from the palm of the caster result. To do it on the shock bolt table.
You got it. Wham! Nice shooting. And that is... Hang on a sec. Hang on, where's my sound effect? Here we go. We don't have electricity, unfortunately, so we're going to have to use fire. Boom fire! Boom! And that was 6 in an A electricity. Give me a roll.
The A.
Yes, please. Roll the A.
Alright, roll the A. 94.
94. How about that?
I like it.
Smash.
Whatever. Reasonable descriptions.
Yeah, no, nice shooting. Yeah. There is that's a great shot by Askel. There is just this blast of electrical energy from you, Askel. It hits this thing on its hindquarters. So basically, it's the join where its back legs connected to its torso, and it just yelps in pain. And there's this smell of singed fur and hide or whatever, and it definitely appears to be in a lot of pain. It's limping. It's really not in great shape at all, and kind of staggers off to one side. Nice work, Askel. Heads over here.
Cool.
Nice work. And that is the end of that round. Nice one. Next round is Jaeda. You're at this hole in the glass.
So I'm just going to try and fly through it, so I can go exploring.
I'll give you a... it's going to be an all or nothing. It's basically going to see... It's a reasonably large hole, but it's still broken glass, which looks unpleasantly sharp around it. It's really...
And I'm a giant woman.
Yeah, and you are a big woman. So I'm going to ask for a light roll based on your agility to make sure that you safely get out of this this hole in the glass without cutting yourself. Give me a roll, please.
Oh, what happened there? I rolled and nothing came. Oh, what am I doing? What have I done? Let me try that again. Did it in the wrong place. Okay, 99.
Nice! Rolling!
Like Superman!
Roll again, please.
92.
Holy
I'm
shit.
good at this.
Plus your agility.
Agility. I'm very agile. So, which score am I reading? The plus number?
Yes, the bonus number, the plus number.
14.
Plus 14. Wow!
Yeah.
205. Oh my god. So normally, Jaeda, you would move 15 foot and around. Not only do you manage to safely get through this break in the glass with not even coming close to it cutting you, but you move further than you normally would. So you fly, and I'm going to say with a roll like that, you fly and get quite some way out, and I'll ask you to tell me where you position yourself in a second. I'll just put the dome back down. So Jaeda, you can fly out, and you can, with a roll like that, you can position yourself kind of anywhere anywhere within kind of that you wish.
All right, Anthony's fighting these two creatures, isn't he? I should help him, but I don't have a weapon. Maybe I won't. So I've got nothing to fight them with, and no attack spells. I don't think. Anthony, do you want me to just look around the room and see what I can find, or should we work on these two together?
Well, there's potential you could distract.
Okay.
Lead one away.
Okay. Yep. So I'll swoop down and try and distract one to follow me.
Okay.
Or you don't have to come right down. You can just go doggy, and the one that's not getting singed might distract it away, because the idea is I want to try and get down and grab the artifact so we can return it. And then,
yeah, that could work. I mean, I look like a lizard. It might chase me.
Yep. So
just to get one of them away, and then basically once it's gone.
Because we're not carrying anything, are we? I don't have a dagger or nothing. No
nothing on you.
Potions.
Absolutely nothing on
at
you.
all.
No.
Just my scales and my. Yeah. Okay. All right. Yeah, I'll do that.
Okay.
Distraction.
So what direction do you head? And presumably Askel and yourself have had this conversation. You've been shouting at each other.
Yeah. So the one on the left, I'll just go near that one. Try and lead it. Go in front of it and try and lead it away without it being able to reach me. I don't know if it can jump, but.
So you're heading in this
too close.
Heading this direction. Okay.
Yep.
So pop a little bit of flying magic on Jaeda.
I'll try and look wounded. See if it will fall for it.
Okay.
Wounded lizard.
Yep. So Jaeda, you move you come out of the hole, which was about here, and you've now moved over here. Let's see what this critter does. That's his number. Yeah, it does. It starts yapping and snapping and following you, Jaeda.
Perfect.
That is the end of that round. Askel, did you... No. Hang on. It's for 3 rounds. Just a second.
So I cast and zapped him last round, so I'd be back around to me.
Yes, got
it. I would be peering for another round.
Cool. So, Jaeda, you came out. That was your action. You zapped last round. Askel, you're preparing this round? And you're preparing this round. Cool. And that's the end of the round. There we go, because Jaeda, you acted first. Okay. Oops, a daisy. End that round. Boom. And initiative. Bang, 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 bang. Jaeda, unsurprisingly, you start off again. You've come a little way here, Jaeda. What are you doing now?
I'm going to take it as far away from Askel as possible.
So you tell me where that is.
It can't. So exactly opposite where he is, around that far door.
Okay. So
the dog can't see what the other dog's doing.
Sure, understood. So 15 foot, that's why I was quite surprised, is not very far.
Oh, right. Also, how long can I fly for? I'm not going to fall down soon, am I?
You should have the description of the spell. Will give you the description of how long you can stay out for.
How long? Oh, right. 15.
Duration.
Yeah. Let me just find that spell movement. There it is. How long?
Should say up in the kind of the little box above it.
Up there.
Yep.
Okay, fly. Right. Duration 1 minute per level.
Yep.
Oh, that's not long.
Well, don't forget, each minute is made up of 6 rounds.
Right. Okay. All right. Yep. Still doing that then. Fly away.
Sure. But 15 foot on this map is actually, I hadn't realised quite how limited it is. It's only about that. So you're kind of inching your way away.
All right.
So you're kind of going...
Right, waving my arms and looking wounded.
Yep. And this thing is definitely following you.
Good.
So you get to you get to about there.
Okay.
And it's in turn snapping and leaping and trying to get you. It's basically directly underneath you. It's heading over in this direction. Askel, you shot last round. 2 rounds ago. You prepared last round. This round, what do you do?
I'm going to prepare one more round. Yeah.
Okay, sure thing. Okay, yep. And that is the end of that round. Okay. Initiative. Jaeda, not surprisingly, you're first up. Same again.
Yes.
Okay.
Looking around as I go, I guess, so I can just see what's around.
Yep. So you get to about there.
Mm-hmm.
And again, this critter is leaping and barking and coming along underneath.
There's someone in that cage up there. We already know this, but that's still just standing there like a statue.
Yes.
They're not alive or anything.
Nope. Don't appear to be moving.
Creepy.
Not creepy at all. That's Jaeda. Next is Askel. So what do you do?
So he is going to shock bolt again.
Mm-hmm.
That thing down below.
Go for it.
Oh, whatever there. Error in Discord. Please try again.
Oh, it's unusual.
78.
78. Good rolling.
Pluses.
78. I'll give you the same bonus that you had previously. 18 for the shock bolts. Unfortunately, however, so you blast it, or you attempt to blast it. Spell certainly goes off. However, just not quite as a good enough shot, and it leaps out of the way for a serious injury on it. But you do singe it for 5 hits.
Okay.
It was definitely looking pretty groggy for a period of time, the last 30 seconds or so, but it's now kind of revived itself. You see it, Askel, in front of you, shaking its head. It's stumbling around. It's definitely not looking in good shape, and it's kind of severely limping as it trots around. And again, it's kind of just moving to and fro here. It doesn't seem to be leaping this time. It's clearly that shot on its hindquarters injured it, definitely. That is the end of the round.
Okay.
Initiative, next round. Bang. Is Jaeda. Same again, Jaeda. Or something different?
Look at that cage while I'm there.
Sure.
With the person. Just kind of see, what do they look like? Good, bad, under a spell, dead?
So male human, wearing what you can see there. So this will be taking away from your activity, by the way, if you're having a decent. Yep.
Just need to see if we need to save these people.
Yep. Male human, wearing what you can see on screen. Eyes are open, but just the whites of their eyes. And
okay, gross.
And he's
all right. As a healer, I just can't help myself. Is there some way to open this cage? No. All right, I'll keep flying away and as far as I can.
Okay.
Away from there.
So, because you paused to have a look, limited amount of movement this time. You get to about there.
Okay.
And again, this creature they don't appear to be too bright. It's definitely following you. Askel, what do you do this round?
Right. So Jade's gone around the corner. Has the doggy followed it?
Yes.
Her, I should say.
Yep.
So essentially, the dog's out of can't see me. Right. Cool. I am going to swoop down with a sword out
Mm-hmm.
in an attempt. I'm going to confront that thing. I don't know how much of the action it's going to take to come down, but if it's come down and defend, part of that action.
Okay, so land and parry.
Yeah, if that's the best way to describe it.
Cool. So what I would ask you to do, or what I will ask you to do, is to make a maneuver roll to land successfully. Oops.
So I'd be going down as close to the artifact.
Understood. Yep. I'm just. Oops. I'll just see if I can do this. Okay. Lock. Unlock. There we go. So I'd ask you to make a. It's not particularly hard because the surface isn't moving. But I would ask you to make a another light maneuver just to land, and this would be kind of all or nothing. A light maneuver just to land successfully without slipping or falling or your leg from going out underneath you, and then you'd use the remainder of your action to parry any attack on you.
Yep.
Cool. Done. Make a roll, please.
Yeah, so it'd be and it would be trying to get as close to that artifact as possible in the land.
Understood. Yep.
Yeah. 49.
49. Yep. Not bad. Plus your agility.
Agility, which is last 8.
Plus 8. Sure thing. That gives you a. So you've got an 80% chance of landing without slipping or falling, or you're just mistiming it or whatever. 80 or under, and you're good.
Okay. Oh, you son of a... Why is it coming out now? 99.
Can you give me a roll, please? This is to see what happens with that maneuver fumble. Give me a roll.
60.
60, okay. A square 60?
Yep.
Okay. So, yeah, as you come down, Askel, you just miss time. You're keeping your eye on the dog, like you're watching it, and as you come down, and you basically stumble. You're at the last second. You were kind of thinking the ground was there and your foot's there, and you slip. There's a 45% chance of you being off balance and falling over. 45 or under, and you do. And you have negative 30 to any maneuvers for 2 rounds. Give me a roll for the 45, please. Sorry, 31? 31. I'm going to say you do fall. So I know you're still flying and you still have the ability of flying, but you're intending to land, and you basically just cock it up. You slip, and you go down. You can next round you can definitely get to your feet. You can fly off again for sure, but on this occasion you just mistimed it, and you slip. And as you come down, your foot goes out from underneath you. Maybe the dog gets involved somehow. You trip, and you fall back. And this thing is upon you. And this thing has sharp claws, of which it's going to attempt to attack you not once, but twice in a round. And it will get a bonus because you were down. However, it is badly injured from its shot on you. You're on the ground. Down 5 plus 30. Okay, so its first attack scrabbles with its claws at you. It is limping, like it really is. It's clearly either in pain or shock or whatever. And I'll give you a little bit of your DB, Askel, not all of it, because you're basically just to try to wriggle away. So its first claw comes at you, and miraculously, you don't quite know how, but it missed. Its second claw, you think had you not injured it before, you would be in serious trouble. But it slashes at you again. 2 attacks in a round, by the way, is generally pretty nasty. Oh, that's interesting. Animal. It slashes at you, Askel, and it kind of screams in pain as it manages to slash itself somehow. It fumbled that attack.
Nice.
Oh my goodness. It really isn't in great shape. So 2 attacks on you, Askel, while you were on the ground. First one misses by a mile. Second one, it manages to slash itself. You are a lucky man. That is the end of that round.
Nice.
Next round. Jaeda, what do you do? You're over here.
Okay, I'm coming around the halfway mark, aren't I?
You are.
Keep flying.
Okay.
Coming back around towards Askel a bit more.
Oh, you are coming
Hurry,
back.
Askel.
You are coming back. Back this way.
Full circles. It's clockwise, whatever, same direction. Yeah, just a bit further.
Okay.
Yeah, so you don't actually want to come back to me because you're bringing the dog with you?
Yeah, I know. I'll just go a little bit further, then go back, so it can't see you.
Okay. And again, it follows on.
The doggy.
Doggy. Next is Askel.
Am I close enough to grab the artifact with my... I'm down, but am I close enough to grab it?
Let's see which way you fell. I'm going to say there is a 50% chance, 50 or under, that you can reach out and grab it. So in other words, you've fallen down with your body towards the artifact. 50% or otherwise, you fell the other way. 50 or under, and you can grab the artifact. Give me a roll.
Okay. Alright. That again. 79. No. I'm getting all these good rolls now.
Unfortunately, you fell the other way. So you fell just the way that you lost your footing. You fell with your back to it.
Okay.
What do you do?
I guess I'd need to try and get to my feet into
so getting to
a defensive pose as well, like defending.
Yep, sure. So standing up from prone is a 50% action. You have 50% left.
Cool. And then I guess it would be standing up and then moving as close as I can to the artifact.
Yes.
So like try and get within. Can I reach it? And then if I've got anything left, that would be defense.
Sure.
Defending parry, I should say.
So you have 50% left. If you, I mean, just to give you your options. Yep. I mean, I'll just give you your options here. So, if you wished, you've got to your feet, which is a 50% action. Picking up an item from the ground is a 30% action. That would leave you with 20% left to parry, 20% of your half cutlass skill. Your other option is to get within, like you are right next to the item, but parry with 50%. Up to you what you wish to do.
I think I would grab the artifact and then just use the remaining to parry.
Sure thing. Sure. Okay. So you reach down and grab it. It's reasonably heavy, but you can carry it. It's a disc, a metal. I think I described it before. Metal disc of kind of that much. You can put your hand around it. You are still bleeding, by the way, Askel. Just to note.
Yep.
You have been for some time. So a bit slick with perhaps some of your blood, but you managed to get your hands on it. And yes, indeed, this thing leaps at you again, and you would defend with 20%. Hang on. So it would be half of your bonus, which is 20. So 20% of 40, whatever that is. If you can figure that out. While you're figuring that out, it does try to attack you again. And you're parrying with how much there, please? 20% of 40.
Yeah, so that'd be about 20% of 40. That'd be 8.
Divided.
We'll make it a nimble.
8? Yeah. Okay. Cool. First attack with its claws rips through the air with its claws, misses you by the proverbial country mile with your parry. Second claw attack on you, Askel. Oh. It rolled a 99 plus a 46.
Ouch.
It is at, by the way. Oops. Hang on. It's less than that because it's now on its feet. Because you're now on its feet, so it was attacking you when you were prone. However, that does you even with your parry, that does you 5 in an A tiny. I'm going to roll the crit on screen just for dramatic effect. Exclamation mark. D100. Here it comes. Here's the A tiny. This is the most feeble attack in the entire game. 85 though.
85, it's so high, yeah.
A tiny does you. Oh dear. Somehow, maybe as you were bending down to get the artifact or the item, it slashes at your face. You take 4 hits, Askel, but critically, you're stunned next round, and you take another 2 hits per round. That's not good. And that is the end of the round.
Okay.
Initiative for next round. Jaeda, you are unaware. Well, you're unaware. You're aware that Askel is probably fighting or dealing with this creature, but the specifics of what's going on, fair to say, you probably are unaware of, unless you do something about being aware of it. What do you do, please?
Oh, okay, I call out. We can shout to each other from here, eh?
You get 3 words. Unless you want to sacrifice some of your activity, you get 3 words free.
3 words. Okay, Askel, do you? Oh, well, that's 1 word. Damn. I'll just say, Askel. Do you need help? No, that's 4 words. Need help.
There you go. There's 3 words. Askel, need help.
I can possibly heal him while he's being attacked, I think.
Askel, needs help. And what do you do with the remainder of your turn, Jaeda? So that's your free. Can
I stay in the same spot until I hear back from him?
Sure.
Rather than running back the other way.
Sure. Askel, flip back to action to you. I'll just make sure that you get to act first. Yes, you do. Askel, you hear Askel need help.
I will you just yell out, no!
Okay, good. Jaeda, no. What do you
Right,
do? What do you
okay,
do with that
fly
information?
fly back anti-clockwise now, just to keep the other dog creature away from him.
Okay. So coming back this way a little bit. Yep. Okay. And again, obediently, this creature comes following. Askel, you are stunned this round. Definition of stun is for this number of rounds, the target may not attack. They may only parry with half their offensive bonus. The only other actions allowed are moving maneuvers, both modified by -50.
Okay.
What do you do? Parry? Cool. Done.
Yep.
Did roll a 99. It attacks you, Askel, with half your parry, which is 20, correct?
Yes.
Correct. Okay. First sweep of its claw absolutely goes wild. Not a chance of it hitting you. Second one on you, Askel. Again at a parry of 20. Again, complete miss. Like it's swinging so wide. It's clearly the injury done to it, and the injury it's done to itself has made this thing almost ineffectual. It really, it missed by a long way. That's the end of the round. Initiative goes to Jaeda. What do you do?
All right, keep coming anti-clockwise, flying,
Mm-hmm.
distracting this creature
Sure.
again.
Sure thing.
And praying for Askel.
It is. I mean, other than making, some horrible noises, this little critter is. It is little critter. Is. Would it be able to see at that stage? Let's find out. Askel, you are now unstunned. You have the item in your hands. What do you do, please?
I would do just like Mary Poppins and get the freak up in the air.
Done. You are up, Askel.
And then
God,
hills up.
Look up there. There's a blue bag up in that thing. Can you see it?
No, that's not there.
What? Yes, it is.
No,
What's in the blue bag? Oh no!
It's a little GM tool. It doesn't exist. It doesn't exist. Askel,
Right.
you go up, out of harm's reach.
Yeah, and then it would be head towards the platform where I'd come in.
Okay.
And obviously get out. Jaeda, let's get out of here.
Okay. So moving this way.
Yep.
Okay.
Is that a exit?
Sorry.
Oh yeah, where's the
that one's the other
the
way.
shining
Right.
light one?
So you would have gone this way.
Yeah.
Did we grab the relic artifact?
Yeah, that's what I got.
Okay, cool. Let's get out of here.
Okay.
Can he fly faster than me? Can he just carry me if he flies faster?
He can. He flies 30 foot around.
Don't hold my hand.
We are going to. Yes, we will still do it in rounds for various reasons. Askel, you fly another 30.
Mm-hmm.
So that's kind of there. Jaeda, you fly 15. So that's 3. Whoops. That's 3 squares. 1, 2, 3. So you get to about there. Next round. That's the end of that round. So these dog creatures are going absolutely nuts, and they are both following. Whoops. They are both following you. Here and And yeah. End of round. Askel, you fly up a bit.
Just basically heading to the platform.
Yep. And you get to the platform. And then Jaeda, you fly another 1, 2, 3 to there, and that's the end of that round. And the reason I'm doing there is method to my madness, by the way. The reason I'm doing this, these things are going crazy. Askel, so you are on the platform, above the platform. What do you do?
Just calling to Jaeda, hurry.
Okay, sure thing.
Yeah.
And do you still stand where you are?
Yep.
Okay, cool.
Yep. Over the platform.
All right.
And I am, because I'm still losing 3 hits per round, aren't I?
Yes, you are.
Okay. Cool. Drop that down.
So I've got you on 16 hits.
16. Okay.
Okay,
I can heal you in the air.
So Jaeda, you move another 3. 1, 2, 3. Well, you would actually move like 1, 2, 3, like that. That's the end of that round. Another. I'll get rid of the dome actually, just to help with our movements. So the dome is obviously still there, but Jaeda, you're going up and around it or something. Next round. 1, 2, 3. End of rounds. And then Jaeda, another 1, 2, 3. End of rounds.
I think Askel would call out, obviously he's getting a bit of faint, would be calling out to Jaeda to...
Yep, you're getting really, really faint.
I'm faint, help me.
1, 2, 3 to there, end of that round. And then Jaeda to go up is 1, 2, 3 to about there, and I'll give you a bit of freebie, which is kind of there. And then into that round. And then Jaeda up and onto the platform, which is the end of that round. And right just as you hit that platform, Jaeda, Askel, your eyes close, you collapse, your fly spell is cancelled, and you drop to the deck. Could you give me your sword, which is still in your hands, falls alongside you, as does the disc. Could you give me a roll? And I'll be generous and say it's either a 1, 2, or 3, a 3% chance that as you drop, because you didn't say you'd landed on the deck, that from the height that you are, that from your fingers, which are now unable to function, there is a 3% chance that the disc hits the ground and rolls over and goes off the edge. 1, 2, or 3. Right. 1, 2, or 3, please.
Okay. 55.
55. You are fine, Jaeda. You've just got to this this platform, and Askel's covered in blood. He's very, very white, and he has quite literally within a second or two of you getting there, he has just collapsed. He's on the ground. He's dropped his sword, and he's dropped the disc. Jaeda, what do you do?
Oh yeah, no. Now before there's a thing I've forgotten. Before I help him, I have to figure out what it is. What's that called? A diagnostic. Yeah, I'll do a diagnostic just so I can.
Yep, sure thing.
Heal him quicker when I figure out what it is.
Yep.
So I roll for that, eh?
Yes, please.
Okay, here we go. Let's hope it's good, Askel. Oh, 38.
38. It's a static maneuver. What's her diagnostic skill, please?
It is diagnostic. Oh, here it is. Plus 84.
Oh, she's very good. 84 plus, what did you roll, please?
I rolled a 38.
38, cool. Yeah, look, more than enough. Askel is bleeding to death. He has a very nasty scratch on his face, which is bleeding quite profusely. And he also has, which is bleeding at, in game terms, 2 hits around. So, severing an artery would be like 8 or 9 or 10 hits around, even more. So it's not bleeding a massive amount, but he's also bleeding from a decent cut on his lower leg at 1 hit around. So bleeding in 2 places. That's your diagnosis of what's his problem.
Okay. So can I prepare?
Sure. Another round.
Make sure it works.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yep.
Choose some targets. Oh, wait. Oh, wait. Why don't I just instantly do first a flow stoppage?
Sure.
I can do that, and then I can prepare to heal it well.
Is it an instantaneous spell?
Let's see. Flow stoppage is just touch him.
Yep. But
I think.
an instantaneous spell will have a little asterisk beside its name or its description. That will designate whether or not you need to prepare. No, so you still have to cast.
Oh, never mind. Okay, so I'll prepare for a vein. 1 damaged vein. Oh gosh, what's the next one? What am I, level 7, eh?
Yes.
And I was cast to repair 1 damaged artery. But I know it's an artery in his leg, yeah?
No, you don't. You think they're neither arteries or veins, but any of those, they're very potent spells. They would be more than sufficient to stop the blood flow.
Okay. So it's above my level, so I better... Oh gosh. Should I just risk it? I'll just risk it and cast it.
Sorry, what are you trying to... What spell?
Level 8. I'm on 7, and there's a level 8 arterial repair.
Oh,
Because I'm worried if I do a vein repair, it'll be like, no, it was an artery.
With the diagnostics, you've definitely figured it's not a major vein or an artery.
Oh, okay, I'll do cut repair.
Yes, they're just
All right,
cut.
so
They're just
cut
cuts.
repair is
Yes.
a repair wound that bleeds for up to 3 hits around. Okay, cut repair, level 6. What do I need to know about this? I just need to touch him. So I put my hands on his leg and his face at the same time.
And that gives you a plus 30. Give me a roll.
Okay, and let's hope it's better than the last roll. I need 100. 81!
81.
Woo!
That spell is successful. Healing spell. Bang. Nice. What's the description of the spell, please?
It is, so as it's cut repair 3. As cut repair 1, which just stops bleeding from 1 wound that bleeds at a rate of 1 hit around. However, I can repair wounds that bleed for up to 3 hits around total. 3 1-hit round wounds, or 1 3-hit round wounds, or 1 2-hit. Oh my god!
Yes, got it.
Do you know what this means?
I do.
2, and it goes on and on. And it may be spread over 1 to 3 targets. We've only got 2 targets.
Well, that's perfect, but that's exactly what you needed, because he's bleeding at 3, 1 from 2 hits in his face, and 1 from his leg. So with that spell, that successful spell, Askel, you stop bleeding.
Yeah.
You're at negative, by my count, you're at negative 8.
8.
Jaeda, what do you do?
So I can also... he needs the concussion hit spell, doesn't he?
He does.
Is that what brings him back?
Yes.
Okay,
Yep.
so where is that? Let's find that bit of concussion.
There is the one that you can put your hand on him and just concentrate, or there's just the concussion hits one. Up to you.
Oh, what have I got? The most powerful one, healing, heals 5 to 50 hits.
Yep. There is just another one to bear in mind, and I don't want to sound like I don't
Is it
want
a
to.
spell?
Yeah. I don't want to sound like I'm leading the witness here, but
No. Which spell? What's that on?
Yep.
On concussion?
Yep. So there's
Healing. Healing.
the fourth. No, on concussion mastery, regeneration
Reduces target's concussion hit damage by 1 hit every round as long as I concentrate. Okay, then number 4. So I have to touch him.
Yep.
All right, so touches. I guess you touch the face and the leg again, and does it not matter? Touch his forehead. I'll use that one. So that's roll for regeneration 1.
Go for it.
Okay, you told me about that. Didn't quite understand it. 76.
Success.
Magic touch.
Success. Oops, wrong one. It's a healing spell. There we go. Indeed. Askel, after 9 rounds, you awake. You're still in this terrible, terrible place. But you see Jaeda's concerned face over you, and her hands are on you, and you're now conscious.
My scaly fingers.
How long do you continue the spell for, Jaeda?
Oh, how long? He's not quite fixed, is he? I'll do it again.
Yeah, I mean...
one more time. Let's get him 100%.
No. It's just how... No. So, for every round that you keep on him, he heals a hit.
And he's, 8 down, did you say?
He was unconscious to 8, but he's on currently 1 hit. So there's two things to bear in mind.
Yeah.
Once you go under 0 hit points, you go down. He is now conscious, and he can go up to a maximum of 66 hit points. He's on 1 hit point at the moment, so you need to keep your hand on him for another 65 rounds, which is divided by 6, which is 10 minutes basically, if you wanted to get him fully healthy.
Or I could do healing 5, which is...
Or you could do healing 5. Yeah.
I'll do healing 5.
Okay.
Let's get him. Zap him.
Go for it.
So healing 5 is a... touch 1.
Go for it.
What's that? Askel?
I was going to say, just do a quick healing thing, and then I think once I'm up and ready, let's get out of here.
Okay.
Okay, so healing 5, so I'm touching him again. 88!
Nice. The spell
Never felt better.
is successful.
Woohoo!
And give me a dice roll of... Sorry, what's the... How many? 5 to 50?
Yeah, it's
So give me a roll of 1d50, please. Exclamation mark 1d50.
Exclamation mark.
R. Just the usual thing, but instead of d100, put it d50.
Was it 5 to 50 or?
Oh, 5 to 50.
Yeah, 5 to 50.
5d10.
5d10. There you go. That's better.
Minimum of 5.
Oh no.
No. Sorry.
Wrong.
No. Do it again because Askel's right. Exclamation mark.
Yep.
R space.
Yep.
5d10.
5d10. Yes.
5d10.
That's it.
This time it's 41.
There you go. That's better.
We will definitely take that. So that would give me 42.
Yes,
plus
42.
41.
Yep, you got it. Askel, you're suddenly feeling a lot better. 42. A lot better.
All right.
Healing spell. Bang.
All right.
Askel, you're back on your feet. The short sword and the token of Carsan is also at your feet. What do you do, please?
Askel will be saying to Jaeda, let's fly the freak out of here, and prepare enough to no penalties to do a fly spell.
Go for it. Give me a roll. This will only fail on a 1 or a 2. Give me a roll.
And that is pretty much...
It's probably...
85.
85. You are good.
Good rolls.
So Jaeda needs to also do a fly spell.
Oh no, she's still flying.
I'm still flying.
Okay,
Yep.
cool. All right. Peter Pan. Let's Peter and Wendy it. Short sword can be tucked back in the belt.
Yeah.
One hand, right arm holding the token of I forget the name already. And then other was grab Jaeda's
Sign
hand.
of Kasan.
Sign of Carsan. And then let's get through this
Cool.
hole.
Done. So you step through, and there's this massive, blinding white light, and several things happen. First and foremost, you're suddenly back into the world. And the sound of the hellscape, the place that you've just been, this however long you've been in there, you have no idea, suddenly just ceases. And wham, suddenly you're back in normality, you're back in the basement area that you left. There is a blinding colossal light. Both of you are just knocked to the ground with the energy, and Jaeda, there's this burning pain at your throat. A sec, just back to seeing some of these people again, and there's this intense pain at your throat, and the sense of something cracking, and you see the very last thing you see before you collapse, Jaeda, is just some almost like a cloud of dust kind of just spout up around your face, and then just intense pain in your head, and Jaeda, you collapse to the ground senseless. Askel, you come out, you're covered in blood, and all of a sudden, there's just this overwhelming light, this white light around you, and suddenly you also collapse. Boom. And with that, the GM is going to head to the bathroom. Back in a second. Hello?
No, we all ran to the toilet as well.
What a bio break. I'll tell you what, Askel, can you join me in chat room 1, please? I'll wait until. Oh, yeah. Can you join me in chat room 1, please?
Okay.
There we go.
All right.
There we go. So. Oh, we just need to alert Jaeda that we're in the other room. Oh, she'll figure it out. So, Askel, as I described, you collapsed. You got back covered in blood and all, and yeah, just completely utterly wrecked, and you collapse. First thing you see when you wake up is this gentleman here, and you recall his name previously, Tomari Ali, and then to his side is Tomari Ibrahim, and there are other officials from the temple standing around you.
I will say I can't see anything.
Of course. Sorry. Oh, yes, of course. Thank you. Always forget to do that.
Yep.
There you go. Thank you. Thanks for the reminder. I'll just see if Jaeda. Do you know if Stara's back? Can you?
I can give her a hurry up.
No. She doesn't need to be. No, it's just just if she comes back and notices where we are gone. But that's all right. At this stage, we'll continue.
Yep, you're right.
So yes, these two guys, Tomari Ali and Tomari Ibrahim, and also surrounding them are 5-10 other lower clerics and other officials. Askel, you're in another room above ground. You can sense, because there is a breeze coming into the room, and you can see a window quite close to you with a curtain over it, but you can it's partially opened, and you can see out a little bit out of this window. You can't see far, however, because much to your surprise, it's dark. It's well and truly late at night or early morning from what you can make out. There are candles and lanterns in various places around the room. It's quite a comfortable room, quite opulent. And you're on a very luxurious, comfortable bed, cushions, etc. Your bloody clothes have been stripped off you, and you're lying in like a white sheaf, a white robe. Your possessions, your clothes, such as they are, blood and all the rest of it, are neatly folded beside your bed. Tomari Ali says, "Oh, he's awake." He bends down. How are you, my son?
I think Askel would be exhausted. What happened?
The ritual was a success. It has taken a terrible toll on Mulhi Omar. He is resting. Your companion, the young woman Jaeda, is also either asleep or unconscious. We're not sure. We suspect she might be asleep for some time. Mulhi Ali asked us to make sure you're comfortable. Would you like something to drink, some wine perhaps?
I think Askel would probably just want some water or just food like that. Probably not wine. Yeah,
sure.
Just to, yeah.
So they find him. Tomari Ali clicks his fingers, and with a very short time, there's both food and water brought to Askel. But they go on. What happened? What happened in that place? You were gone for some hours.
Ooh. I think Askel would just try and recall some of the events of going through the tear and the fabric of reality and jumping through. There was describing what I could see. Jaeda battling with some ever-changing like creature of some sort detected. There was what I believe was 4 trapped souls, probably previous victims of the cloak, in cages around, but I managed to smash open this dome, and then I think Jaeda was trying to resist, and I think it's believed to the help of all the ritual, and then managed to recover the artifact. Got hurt and damaged, but
yes, you were covered in blood when you re-emerged.
And then we both managed to get out with the artifact, and Jaeda broke, it appears, the grip that was on her, and we escaped and come back in. Just as I was about to collapse, Jaeda got to me in time and to heal me inside whatever place that was, and then we just managed to get out back to here, and then that's when we saw the blinding light, and then just felt collapsed and exhausted, and here we are. How was Jaeda? Can I see her?
She's in the next room, next to you, a similar room as this, just recuperating. The ice and the foul thing around her neck exploded and has burnt her neck somewhat, but just before he indeed took some very much needed rest, excuse me, Mulhi Omar said that he believed that she would make a full recovery. You both were very, very lucky indeed. Plus the fact that you had Mulhi Omar, who has battled such foul creatures before and is experienced enough and fortunately strong enough. He's stronger than he looks as an old man, but strong enough to resist and to suck some of that horrific fiend's power away from confronting your friend. The ritual was a success, ultimately.
Was the artifact returned and recovered?
Yes, thank goodness. Well, that was what was able to be accomplished. The sign of Carsan, which was, well, as you saw, which was pulled into that terrible place, the place that you've just described. The Mulhi and this creature were at a stalemate. Neither could make any progress against the other, although the creature was perhaps slowly gaining grounds, Mulhi almost said afterwards. But it was the recovery of the third sign of Carsan that you brought back that was able to complete the ritual. Had you not been able to bring that back, the ritual would not have succeeded. So our thanks to you for completing that and ultimately saving probably Mulhi Omar's sanity and potentially his life as well.
Askel also pass on thanks to the guard that gave him the sword as well, like invaluable in my battles in the underworld or wherever it was.
We will certainly pass on your comments to the guardsman, and we'll make sure he gets commendation and recognition of his services. Certainly. We suspect that your companion will be unconscious for some time, or will be resting at least for some time. Can I suggest that you remain here until she feels strong enough to leave? My advice to you is, and the Mulhi's last comments to us before he went to rest himself, is she should be free from the affliction and the trauma that her body has suffered, the hideous features, scales, etc., will decrease in time. But you should still watch her. She may, for want of a better expression, start to have withdrawal symptoms or needing or desiring of trying to relive having this terrible item on her. It's almost acted like a drug on her body, and the scales and the claws and the lack of her hair is a symptom of this almost addiction to this item. You'll need to watch her closely. She can't recover this item, perhaps, but it's possible she will try to find some other way of sating this hunger that's inside her. Ultimately, in time, this hunger, this addiction, this craving to have what she had with this device or something similar will definitely decrease in the coming weeks. So says the Mulhi. But you need, as her friend and her guardian, you need to be watching her closely.
Right. Yeah. I think Askel would nod, and said, "I will take this on to look after her."
Thank you. We will leave you now to rest and recover. These attendants and Tomari Ali points to 4 or 5 other servants who are at the door. They'll be on hand for anything you may need or want. And once your friend Jaeda has recovered, we will inform you. Please now rest, regain your strength. You've clearly lost a lot of blood, and you've been and potentially the effects of being dragged into such a place as you describe may have and may manifest itself on you and your body in times to come in ways you may not expect. So please be gentle on yourself, rest, recuperate, and may the 3 smile upon you for your bravery. Thank you.
Yeah, Askel also thank him back, and I guess look to rest.
Okay.
Yeah.
At this stage, I'm going to flip and see if Jaeda's back with us. So hang on a sec, Askel. I'll just see if she's here. I'll just go back. Hello, Jaeda. Hello.
Hello.
Hey, you're there. Just 1 second. I will. I just had I was about to say Jaskel. That's a blend of your name and Askel's name in the other room. I'm going to come back and do some narration with you in a second. I'm just going to go tell Askel to hold fire for a second. I'll be back in like 2 seconds. Askel, you there?
Yes.
Yep. So Jaeda's back. Just going to do a little bit of narration with her. So I'll be back with you in a tick.
Sounds good.
So Jaeda, you the last thing, as I say, is you collapsed. This bright light, this incredibly blinding light, affected you when you came back into this world, and that's the last you knew. Sometime later, your eyes flutter open, and oops, you can't see the screen, of course, can you? Give me a sec. You see that there are a number of you wake and you're in a room. You can hear the sounds of prayer from the Temple of Carsan outside a window, as it turns out. You're in quite a luxurious room, beautiful cushions, etc. that you're laying on. And interestingly enough, the light of what appears to be morning is coming through, which surprises you. Because the last you remember, before you went down into the basement, it was late afternoon. There are a couple of attendants at the door, either acolytes or young priests, with two with shaven heads. One sees you. Oh, well, they both see you. Oh, you're awake. You're awake. One of them heads out and heads out the door. The other one comes over somewhat hesitantly. A young man. He'd be in his late teens, dressed all in white. You notice, by the way, Jaeda, that your clothes have been removed, and you're in a white gown as well, or a white robe. Your clothing, you see, is to one side of you, neatly folded. A bit of Askel's blood on your old clothing, unfortunately. And this young man, the other young man that's remained in the room, comes over and says, "Madam, are you hungry? Are you thirsty? Do you need anything? Do you want anything?"
Oh, well, at first I'm horrified of who changed my clothes. It's because I'm, very shy and reserved and don't like being around males. So just be checking I've got like my scarf on.
Mm-hmm.
Seeing if my scales are still there, because I don't like attention, so I'm worried about these things. And then yes, I'll say yeah, I am hungry, just to make them go away. Hungry and thirsty. Yep, please go get me some things. I cover myself.
He heads to the other side. Oh, you were fully covered, by the way, apart from your face. Well, apart from your head. So you do reach down to your possessions beside your bed and wrap that around you.
Right.
He heads, unfortunately, not away. It was already in the room. He heads to the other side of the room and brings back a small tray with legs, puts it down beside you, and on it is water. There's some wine there as well. There's some dates and some cheese and some meats and some other things.
Wonderful. I won't take the wine, but I'll have that and ask about Askel if he's okay and what happened.
I don't know, Miss, but the Mulhis, who is now awake himself, he's been either asleep or unconscious for several hours, but he has asked on your awakening to join you, and my companion has gone to go and get him. But in terms of your friend, I don't know. I'm sorry, I don't know whether he lives or dies. But the Mulhi will be able to tell you. As Jaeda is eating, She's been eating for 10, 15 minutes. It's wonderful to have something to eat. Several things she notices. So first and foremost, the scales on both her hands and her fingers are unfortunately still there. So she has kind of elongated nails, and her head is still bald. So she feels underneath her scarf. There's no sign of any hair coming back, and she feels on her face, and yes, it feels rough, like scales. Most curiously, though, at her throat is really sore, where the clasp was. A couple of other things. Firstly, Jaeda, your PowerPoints have now gone down to half, so 15 point whatever it is. So you no longer have the ability to use double your PowerPoints. That's gone. And also the protective nature of this thing at your throat, which allowed you to be protected as if you were wearing leather armor, has gone. So now wearing robes, they are robes. So she's a lot more defenseless than she was. There's also this hunger in Jaeda. So she woke up hungry, and she's eaten, but there's a different kind of hunger. She misses. There's something inside her that is gone. Something important that was part of her, that kind of knew her, and that she wasn't realizing it, but she'd kind of fed off it herself. It almost feels like a chunk of her soul has gone, and she quite regularly, in the next that 10 minutes while she's been eating, she keeps touching her throat where there's definitely pain at her throat and where the clasp would have been. But yeah, there's something substantial and something not right about her, something missing that has been part of her life, part of her body for the last goodness knows how long, which is no longer there. 10 or so minutes later, any other than eating and kind of just checking her body, any other actions or anything else I should be aware of that she does? She feels very, very weak, by the way. Very weak. And she's at negative 30 to all actions.
Negative 30. Can I heal myself?
If the spell allows you to, yeah.
Oh, how do I know? Let's see.
I'll leave. We'll come back to that in a second. But yeah, she's just feeling very, very poorly at the moment. And all of it. Sorry, I meant to say no. She can't heal herself right now.
Okay.
Because all of her PowerPoints have been drained, completely gone.
I can't use them. Right. Okay.
She'll need to sleep again. So anything other than kind of checking her body? Does she say or do anything else that I need to be aware of?
No. I've asked about Askel.
Okay.
Nobody knows what happened to me. But I do know that the Mohi survived, so that's probably all I'm worried about right now.
Okay.
Thanks.
So about 10, 15 minutes after eating, the door opens, and it is the Mulhi himself. If he was frail and bent before, he is even more so, much more pronounced now. And not only that, but he is pale, like white as a sheet, and he is visibly shaking. He, with a motion, a gentle motion, but with a motion, he ushers the two young men out, and slowly, painfully slowly, he hobbles over towards the bed that Jaeda's lying on, and it seems almost like a superhuman effort, but pulls up a padded stool, and very, very tenderly sits down on the padded stool. When he gets closer, you just see his face, Jaeda, in the pale light of dawn, and he is just haggard. Pale as described, massive bags under his eyes. His skin is almost looking translucent, and you can see flecks of dried blood around his nose, his eyes, and his and other parts, and around his ears too. He sits down, and a small smile spreads across his face, and he pauses for a minute, and then finally just says, almost in a whisper, "How are you, my child?"
So I tell him I'm feeling better, and I guess tell him what happened, on what we saw happening down below, and then ask him what happened above. and
Well,
sort of noticing that he's not looking so good.
no, I do need to rest. This was not my toughest fight, but it was certainly in the top 5, and I am much older now. It's been many years since I have fought a demon. So after the sign of Carsan was pulled into the abyss, you probably don't know this, but was pulled into the abyss, my struggle became much harder. Your friend Askel, who's in the next room, I'll happy to tell you, and seems in good health. He's been awake now for several hours, and is waiting to speak with you and then to leave with you if you feel strong enough. Brave Askel was given a sword, and he went in to recover the sign of Carsan, and he was able to. And I've heard some of my team have spoken to him, and he described the fight that he had to recover the sign of Carsan. Had he not brought that back with him, I would not be able to have completed the ritual. That sign was instrumental in making sure that I banished. And he pauses and he looks as though he's about to spit or be sick or something. To banish Bostrod. Yes, I found that creature's name, for he and I got to know each other quite well during those many hours that we stood locked in combat. Bostrod is its name, and I'll describe him a little more in a minute. But yes, with your and Brave Askel's recovery, and with the recovery of Carsan, that was the power, the holy power from Carsan himself that was able to allow me to banish this thing back to its own time and place. So thank goodness that Askel and you were able to recover it. It is now gone. It is now gone back to its own realm, wherever that realm may be. And as you'll feel at your throat, dear child, the horrible artifact, the horrible thing that has afflicted you for so long is now gone. I was able to defeat it, yes, but also you were too. We both fought in a battle against this thing, and I could not have done it without you, dear child. And he reaches down and he picks up her hands. It seems like a great weight for him. He seems to be very feeble, but he just picks up her hands and then just pats her hands. Thank you, my child. Together, we defeated this thing.
So Bistran's completely dead, not saved anywhere, put in a bottle. He's gone dead.
Oh, this thing won't die. Oh no.
Vanished.
So I have confronted 15 demons in my time. I have confronted stronger ones in my youth, but always, he says, they have been from our world, from this realm, from this time and this place. Yes, different dimensions and different elements and different places, but all ultimately of our consciousness, of our being, of our way of thinking and existence, our realm of and our understanding of the world. This thing, this Bostrod, was something separate, something from another world, something from another time and another place. I've never experienced such a thing myself. He had some things to say to me, and with this, he lets your hands drop, and he sits back a little bit, and his hands fold in his lap. He says, "It said, and I got to know this thing well as we struggled, as we fought together. It called you names, terrible names. But it also said something strange to me. It said, and it's screaming, and it's yelling, and it's blaspheming, and it's cursing at me, that you have recently spent time with something that it called the God touched. And it went on to describe that you've spent time with people who have been influenced or marked by the servants of the deities, both good and bad, and both good and evil deities of this world, of the three and of the other gods that exist in this world. So somebody you've been spending time with, a group of people that you've been spending time with, they are marked and they are known by these servants of the deities, he says. And this Bostrod thing went on to say, strange story, and again he's looking very quizzically at you, that these God touch folk have a quest and something of huge importance, something that will affect everything in our world and our world as we know it. They have an absolutely vital part to play, and a part that will change everything. Do you know of these God touch, of whom he's referring to, of whom it's referring to?
Possibly. So, just a bit nervous to talk about this, but
I don't want to know, dear child. I am old, and my time on this good earth, I suspect, is not much longer.
Can I ask him if he knows about the TCOSS?
You start to say, what exactly do you say?
Just wondering if this bad thing that these people are fighting, this cause, if he knows about it, like he's sort of trying to find out which side he's on, or if he knows about it, if he's fighting for it. Because I'm so grateful for what he's done. If he is, I can offer that I too can help his cause.
He starts. So you start to ask about what? Okay, but specific. What question do you ask him? It's probably that's what I want to know.
What question do I ask? If he knows about that, there's a group of people are planning something to end sort of the world as we know it.
You get partway through asking that question, and he just simply puts up his hand, and he says to you, "Child, as I say, I am old, and while in my youth I have been very vigorous at discovering and uncovering heresy and plots, I'm old and I am tired now, and I only wish to leave you and your companions to whatever fate holds them. I would normally 10 years ago, I would normally have reported this to my superiors and reported this to the hierarchy of our faith. And by now, you and your friends in the next room would normally have been imprisoned and interrogated by other authorities in the temple. But I'm old and I am tired and I am sick of suffering and I'm sick of people suffering. And you have suffered too much already. I don't want to know anymore. I don't want to get involved anymore. I'm old and I am tired." But
I'll thank him for that.
You are welcome, my child, and I've taken a liking to you as well. I think you are brave and courageous, and I think you are kind and have a good heart. I see that in you. I do say also that this thing, this horrible creature, Bostrod, it said to me that you and your companions too, who it named, by the way, it gave names for them, called one Severin, called one Tanya, called one Grey, called one Askel, called one Nicholas. And it's said that it's got to know these people well too. It's watched and it's listened, and it's followed them, and it's been watching them as they've progressed. It told me that these people have, and you combined, have a mortal-related quest. You have something to do, which is a struggle against humans. Something relating, however, with something called devil dust, which will change all humanity, and particularly will change, according to this creature, how the world will fight. Some kind of device, a night killer, this thing said.
Yes.
So it's listened and it's watched and it's heard your conversations. It's been present in everything that you have said and done for the last 6 months, and it has absorbed that knowledge. And almost like some device to listen and attune, it has been listening to everything single thing that you have said. It knows of these others, these God touched, and you seem to know who I speak about, and they have a vital, absolutely vital, world-changing, world-defining quest by the sounds of things. But this other group, the people that you are aligned with, it says, and the names that I've just given you, it says that you have something to do on this mortal realm. Some struggle against the humans with some terrible invention, this devil dust, or whatever it is. I don't know, child, what you are mixed up in. And as I say, now I'm so old and so tired that I don't want to know. And you are lucky, I think, that it is me here and not perhaps some other mulhi, someone who is grasping for power and influence, because I don't plan to spread this information. I wish you well, child. I'm going to go and rest now, because my goodness, I need rest. I suggest, once you're strong enough, you and your companion also leave, but you also take time to rest and heal. You may find that this terrible thing that has been part of you for 6 months, you may find that it leaves inside you a hunger, something gnawing at you, and you may find that you will try different things as you attempt to recreate some of the symptoms and some of the things that this device gave you. A withdraw, if you will. I would say be strong, child, and you need to resist those urges as much as you can. In time, those urges will fade, and in time, you will return to normal. Your hair will grow back. The afflictions, and he looks down at your scaly hands and your clawed fingers. In time, your body will heal, but it may take many, at least weeks, if not months, for that to happen. I wish you...
It's kind of like an addiction I need to withdraw from.
I wish you every success, child. And may the gods smile on you. Would you like for your companion to rejoin you, if you're feeling strong enough?
Yeah, that would be amazing. I'll thank him profusely, and especially for the knowledge that my skin will heal so people stop staring. Yeah, and just promise him that we're fighting for a good cause. Yeah.
I'm sure you are, child. You have a good heart. I leave you. May the gods smile on you. And with that, he bows his old, weary head and just slowly shuffles, painfully shuffles to the door, opens the door. It seems like almost a superhuman effort for him to open the door. He shuffles outside. You hear him speaking in low tones to the attendants, and then you hear his slow feet shuffling off down the corridor.
Okay.
And with that, I'll ask Askel to rejoin us.
Okay.
Hello, Askel.
Yes.
Sometime later, one of the attendants that I described knocks on your door and tells you that your companion Jaeda is in the next room and she's feeling strong enough to see you. Do you go through?
Wait, yes.
Excellent. Come and join us in the main chat, please. Askel, you open the door a few minutes later after collecting your possessions, and the attendant literally leads you next door. It's literally the next door down, and you find Jaeda in pretty much an identical room to yours. She is pale, very, very, very pale, and her scarf, I'm going to say, Jaeda, is unusually, it's just the two of you. The attendant leaves, by the way. Her scarf is wrapped around her head, but you can see, Askel, at her throat, that she has this this burn mark, this horrible burn mark, and it's in the shape of almost like a starfish or a star, and it's burnt into her neck. It's kind of blistered, and the skin around it is kind of puckered and is black. It looks fresh and very, very painful. Askel, there's a stool beside Jaeda's bed. You head over and you sit down next to her. What do you both say and do?
I think Askel would be just concerned, like, just take her hand and ask her how she's feeling.
I'll just mention how weak I am. I might need to have a good rest. And just fill Askel in on the old man, how he helped and he's exhausted and doesn't really want to know about our cause, but he has been told by Bostrod all about it and who the whole crew are. But that he's not interested and, walked away.
Okay, right. I think probably need to see. Probably Askel would probably decide that Jaeda's fine where she is now, and perhaps he should go and find the rest of the party, and just to inform them, and perhaps we'll come back later that day or in a couple of days to check on Jaeda. I think that's probably need to inform the rest of the party of what happened.
Okay. So Jaeda, Askel, you get to your feet and head out of the temple. Picture on screen. It would be early morning, 8 perhaps 9 o'clock in the morning, and you head your way back towards the Grand Temple Lodge where your companions are staying, and that's where we'll pick the game up next week.
Sounds good. Awesome.
There we go, guys.
Thank you.
Well done. And we'll stop recording in 3, 2.